Hey, what's up, everyone? Hello, and welcome to a brand new episode of the Psychosis podcast. This is your host, Vikka, Draziv, guys. Welcome to the show. And yes, what an awesome topic we've got today. The final confusion, right? The final experiment looks like it was made that it becomes a final confusion in the community, right? As the time goes by, we can see the true colors of the people, which is indicating where the flat earth community is going just by seeing what each and everyone is saying or doing at this moment, right? With this whole narrative of, is there a 24-hour sun, or if there's no 24-hour sun, right? So we're going to be jumping in tonight in this. We're going to be playing some clips from some of the gathering that the people made, so, and what different ideas they had, right? And what it's creating more, right? Because it's, in the end, it's like saying a lot of words, but nothing true meaning is coming out of there, right? Just throwing the ball to one another and trying to defend this shit. It's become an absolute huge shit, this final experiment, right? So yeah, get comfortable, get your coffee, tea, split, whatever makes you comfortable, and let's jump into the show. And let's say hello to my brother and co-host Gene. How are you, brother Gene?
Hey guys, hey, doing good, bro. Doing good. Had a nice week this week. Spring is arriving in New York. I'm happy about that. Um, yeah, you know what, man? This final experiment didn't do anything but bring like aggravation for me. That's really kind of what it did. It was so underwhelming, I guess you maybe call it. Even less to see that. Like some people called it out that Jaron was jumping ship as soon as he could, and they're like, "All right, bye." And the people that he took or had with him in the first place, I don't know, but I'm glad it's settling down. It doesn't bother me too much anymore. I didn't. But yeah, that was the worst of it for me. It was just aggravating to watch that all unfold. So yeah, I'm glad it's all behind us now, though. Too, that's for sure. Been picking it apart's been a lot of fun. So yeah, the last couple of weeks were really cool, man. When we kind of slid off the experiment and went to other stuff in Antarctica. That's what I like. Talking about what we do have and more of the possibilities of what they're doing down there and why. So that's where I like to be. So definitely good to be here with everybody. Welcome back, everyone. Good to see everyone in the chat. So yeah, buckle up, have fun, guys. Let's see what we got, man. Thanks, Vika.
Oh yeah, brother, absolutely. This is the thing, the final experiment is over for sure. It's gone. But the effect is it's made on the community, and the effect it's making, it's very obvious. And everybody, we cannot just look in a different angle or in opposite direction like before we could, because things were not so obvious, right, bro? But now the things are too obvious to look in other direction, right? Right now, as I said, is no one to be trusted. No one is to be trusted who are trying to defend that shit, right? So yeah, let's for sure, brother. Let's start the party. We will warm it up first. Yeah, and guys, there's a link right there pinned up there if anybody wants to come in and give in your opinion about anything what we are discussing, right? So absolutely welcome. And I'll play this. A big shout out to DJ New Moon for his awesome latest track. And yeah, and DJ New Moon, I'm going to be playing your track. So yeah, and get in contact with me too on private, on Instagram or Facebook or Telegram if you have it. I have the same handle everywhere. That would be great. So I'll be playing his song today for warming it up. Awesome work, DJ New Moon. Space is fake.
Space is fake. Space is fake. Earth is life, don't you know? Firmament above, where heavens glow. God is watching from high above. In a third heaven, filled with love. Space is fake. 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 Space is fake.
I fucking love this part. It's crazy. That's freaking amazing, right? Gene, have you seen that in full screen and everything is happening there? That's crazy. There is Nico, is Mikey, is Ironwork there, is Saw, and his flat-out banjo and flat-out banjo. Holy shit, it's freaking
Are you
amazing.
serious? I didn't
Oh
actually.
yeah,
I didn't see any of it yet. I was over there using my drum pad, playing to the beat.
dude, watch that in the full screen. You're gonna love it, dude. Or yeah,
I gotta check that out.
it's done by AI, but it's amazing stuff by DJ New Moon. Yeah. Like, it's
Excellent.
really cracking me up. Yeah, that was great.
Cool. Yeah, I got a bad habit of that. When I hear a good song, I grab my sticks and just start tapping away.
Oh yeah, the beats are good, and if you're listening
Yeah.
on a good headphones, it's like you're full party.
I love it.
So yeah, bro. So this is the thing, right? These people were having this round table, right? I'm gonna be playing some clip here to that. What people, different people are having ideas. What are they doing? Are they doing damage control? What are they really doing with this? Right? Let me play this one video file. Nope, sorry. Just a second. Video file.
We see stuff and they have to use the magical refraction story. If refraction was real, somebody should be able to walk down a city block, take a right-hand turn, and if they went far enough, they'll refract back out so you can see them on the same avenue. Doesn't happen.
Yeah, and I think that's
I mean, fundamentally from the start as well, like if we want to talk about special pleading fundamentally from the start, who has a better model than we do? We have a container. So we have something that holds water, we have something that holds gas pressure, and then we also have, with a container, to even have light, you need a container, a medium, and a charge. So we have the container.
And my question would be, out of all these people who were on this round table, what they want us to believe? There is a 24-hour sun, or there is no 24-hour sun?
I don't know. I didn't get through that whole thing yet.
For sure, many people have seen this round table, right? What do the people think? What are they trying to tell us here? Should we believe in a 24-hour sun, or should we not believe in 24-hour sun?
Right from the start, that gives us what holds water, what allows for gas pressure, what allows for light to even exist. The globe doesn't have that.
I think we're all missing without having humility, without having a humbleness, and without having a willingness to learn.
This whole thing to connect with other people seeking the truth across many different topics. And
stop. Wow, it's not working.
Dr. Zach's in the house, by the way.
Yeah, Dr. Zach. All right. So here we go. We got our Earth. The question is, can you put a gallon of water on the outside of it? No. So it's not really a good model. Can you contain air on the outside? Well, there's nothing to contain the air.
And that's what I think I see happening is this tug of war of
which sides would after witnessing the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. There are only two options for me. Either they were completely out of it or they are just dumb. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not complaining they were, I'm not claiming they were compromised because I can't prove that, but something definitely doesn't add up. Let me tell you why. Before this so-called final experiments, we had real challenges in the flat earth community. One of the biggest was the star trails in the southern hemisphere. I don't know if you guys remember that debate. We spent years figuring it out, and eventually we did by factoring in atmospheric effects, something the globe model totally ignores. And guess what? These same ex-flat earthers stayed solid. They fought for flat earth. You know, they didn't flip. But now suddenly they see the 24-hour sun, and that's it. That's what broke them. I mean, come on, are you kidding me? This whole thing is nonsense. The 24-hour sun is just another version of the same problem we already solved. The sun, the stars, sunrise, sunset, it's all connected. So why is this suddenly an issue? Is it because
Exactly, because this was planned from a very long time that it plays out how it played out, right? Whoever is playing their part for us to believe that there was a 24-hour sun in the south. There were people, even us, we were ready to open for real observations, right? But the way these people showed up their shit, it just shows it's too fake, right? The same thing, it's with the moon, with the sun, with the star trails, right? Why now? After this, especially these people dropping like flies, right? For sure, Lowry was here last week and he mentioned us too about the possibilities of this crypto thing that they got compromised. Could be, as I said, it could be possible, but doesn't look like. These people were grifting right from the beginning. And I'll tell you, many on this panel were and are grifting and are continuing the Psyop, because in the end, it looks like it's a real Psyop to confuse the community into believing what doesn't exist. It's more confusion than before about what could be happening in Antarctica, right? And creating these, that the people, there were many people who were saying that this could never happen, that Jaren and these people are never going to flip, right? They wanted to see them in a Porsche, then they're going to see, right? This guy's not even worth a Toyota, right? Now what happened, right? Mark Sargent, yeah, he didn't want it to believe, right? What is he saying now? Yeah, Jaren, he was one of the closest to you too, right, Mark? Wasn't he? Right? And you didn't smell it, you didn't sniff, you don't have instinct, right? Or any other who was on the panel or the closest to them, Mr. Whitsit. In 9 years, oh, they're so professional that in 9 years they were fooling them to being around and playing them. So who cannot say that these people are still playing right now? Anyway, shout out to my brother Ironworks. Brother, your cameo in that DJ New Moon is freaking amazing, bro. Shout out to you for the super chat. The link is there, up there. Love to have you, brother, or anybody in the chat. Welcome to have a word with us here about this fakery. And
they are dumb? I don't know, man. You tell me. Because I try to act like it's nothing, but I think it's a big issue, man. And there is something behind this. I don't know what it is. I can't just say they are compromised or got paid, but there is something going on. And I just wanted to.
Shout out to my brother Zedelic too. Sargent was also in behind the curve hit piece. Yes, bro, but we still gave them a chance. And now you were defending this shit, and not you're only defending that shit, you are having also them as a host in your podcast and all this stuff, dude. So that you mean creating more division, right? Claiming to represent the flat earth and creating more bullshit. This is what I see. What I see, I'm gonna say. I care a F-U-C-K about anybody in the community, because I'm fucking seeing the true colors. I'm going to call out each and every one of the clowns who are trying to defend that shit and now doing a, how do you call that? Saving their ass, like, each other's. This is what they are doing. Many of these people are horrible, right? To say they are screwing the community more right now with telling people to believe that there is a 24-hour sun, telling to believe that these people were the legit people, right? The crypto thing, the crypto shit, we could see how they were selling shit, right? Even to with their membership and what. And I don't want to believe that these people were compromised because they did whatever crypto shit. I don't believe that shit. These people were grifting right from the beginning, and they were gonna continue. And the rest who are coming now to defend them is the same shit. It's just grifting and right. And when people ask the hard question, they want to shut it up. They want to change the topic. They want to talk about the usual shit.
Yeah, this whole thing seems like some sort of a defense fortress that I don't really want to get too involved with. I didn't even finish watching this whole video, bro.
Yeah, it's not only about this video in particular, right? Everything these people are now, their content is all about now what the flat earthers have to change their mind and the experiment of understanding how this realm works. No. Because of a psyop, right? No.
Exactly.
It's not happening anymore.
Address that.
I don't, Zach, I don't.
And I'll tell you, I really thanks the final experiment that it happened, right? Really, we can see who the F is doing what for the community. And continuing damage control. This is what damage control looks like.
It's like a star fort.
Exactly. Because you can see it's falling apart, right? So they have literally divided the community into two. Or you believe in the flag in a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, or you don't. You can see the freaking true colors of each and every one. It's all for the show. It's all freaking for the money. Yeah. In the end, it's all for that. Yeah, but the people have to be open, seeing with that. People are been seeing every shit from the past 10 years or 8 years or 5 years who've been in the community flat earthers are seeing what is happening, right? But we see majority, the masses, even the flat earth community, the masses, there's an M missing.
I don't think some of the folks that are turning that direction and going back, having third thoughts, that they are privy, or maybe they didn't look into that enough. And I think that's the biggest thing, because that seems to be the argument for people at this point, that they witnessed what they saw, and at the same time, that's been mentioned to me about the rockets that were going up. So again, none of this, from my standpoint, whether or not it's the star trails or not, whether or not what happens in the sky, it doesn't negate the fact that we've tested the water. We've tested everything on the surface side, from Salt Lake to Great Lakes to oceans, to high altitude footage to Jay Tolan's infrared stuff. All this stuff shows beyond a reasonable, yeah, it's flat. It's completely flat. There is no curvature. And that's the whole thing. It's like we're ignoring the fact that we've actually shown there's no curve. And now we're talking about lights in the sky. And Nathan went over this the other night. They kept bringing up these red herrings. He called them red herrings. There's certain things. It's like you want to talk about all
measuring what's going on in the sky. Obviously, we call this thing
difference between the stars and the sun. The real sun sets like a minute before the apparent sun.
Claims they were making were wrong and provably wrong. The question isn't, so many people think it was filmed somewhere else and everything. I think they pretty much proved that they were there, and whatever they filmed, they filmed. Now, did some film get manipulated? I have no idea, no way to know, right? I kind of believe what Austin tells me. Jaren, he's gone. I don't know what's going on with him. I've literally blocked him on all platforms.
That's easy way. That's not an easy way out, Dave. You were swearing here to the people for these two clowns, and now one of those clowns has fallen. Now you are with that second clown. He's gonna fall soon too. He's already fallen. An absolute freaking liar. He was freaking lying in front of this whole panel when they asked him a question. In a minute or two, he just lied and flipped to the both sides. Yeah, this guy's on some shit. Yeah, go ahead.
When I met Austin, excuse me, bro. When I met Austin in Tennessee last December, the mechanical realm had been out for well over 6 weeks, and it was a buzz in the community, right? And I asked almost everybody there, have you seen the mechanical realm? That's what I was there to do, kind of see what's going on and to promote the documentary you just released that I was in, right? We were all in, and bro, he was the only one who looked me straight in the face when I said, bro, have you heard of the documentary, The Mechanical Realm? And he fucking looked at me so crooked and hesitated when he said, no. And I was like, you're fucking lying to me, bro. I shook his hand and walked away. I didn't say that to him, though. I don't mean to misrepresent myself, misspeak, but I didn't say that out loud, but that's what I felt. Like he was lying to me. I was like, well, maybe he's still evaluating it, and he doesn't want to commit to saying it's a flat Earth model. So I was jumping through all these little hoops on fire in my head to justify what he did. So that's what happened, man. I thought he lied to me right to my face, and I'm a Scorpio, man. I get feelings, and sometimes they're really right, other times they're pretty right. Not always, but so that's what happened. One guy out of what? How many people did I ask? Fucking 50? More,
Yeah, because he already had experience, bro, of lying. That's why he could just lie to your face, right?
Well, he looked and felt and smelled like he was lying to me, bro. The look in his face, the hesitation, the gravel in his voice. He picked his head back and looked at me. He was like, no. Like, it was all off. Sorry. I thought he lied to me.
Oh, yeah, bro. Absolutely. Because this is the thing. What they don't say, don't listen to what they say. Listen to what they don't say. The same way we do with the mainstream media and the control elite, right? It's not what they're saying, it's what they are not saying. So then the same shit was happening in the flat earth community, right? Controlling, gatekeeping the information and the truth, right? Why? People have to make up their own mind why, right? Joyce is saying, yes, Vikka, Dave Weiss appears to be in a desperate save my app mode now. Dave is claiming he never defended TFE. Dave was here before the TFE, and during the TFE, he was a regular guest here, right? We all heard what he said, right? He didn't even wanted to listen to us, the things we were pointing out that the fakery was going on, right? For sure, he wanted us to believe in that some kind of technology these people made, but he still wants us to believe that they went there, right? Why, Dave? Why we have to? Because you were wrong. You were wrong about Jaren, and you are wrong about Austin. Maybe you know, doing it purposely or not purposely. I don't know.
Well, you know, man, in Dave's defense, what I could possibly see is he might be having a, you know, he's one of the pillars. He's a big name. So does some of these other guys. He might be having a really hard time accepting this. If
Yeah, but he's creating freaking more confusion, Dave. What should we believe? There is a 24-hour sun or not?
Yeah, well, there's that side of it too. But I'm just trying to. I'm thinking of it like maybe his personal feelings might be like, you know, kind of in disorder because he doesn't know what to think. It's probably hard. But like you said, man, I don't know. Just playing devil's advocate, you know.
Oh yeah. The only thing is, Dave, you can be even wrong. All right. This is what the point is. That you were wrong and you could be wrong, right? It could be possible that they never freaking went there. And this whole technological stuff that you are also saying didn't happen. It's possible. And it's possible it might happen, right? So we have to be always open. And with us, you were not open, that we had other ways of decoding this fakery with different things, especially with the seam and everything. We caught them red-handed, right? And that's just one of the many bullshit that everybody was skinning it up, right?
I don't really talk to them anymore because we just don't jive. So again, the chat is kind of, and the panel, we're kind of slipping off track. Let's talk about the proofs, right? If they went there and saw the circling sun, what does it mean, right? Does it mean they saw a fake sun? I'm going down that line, but I can't prove it. Did they see a real sun? Is it an anomaly that happens just during 2 weeks during the solstice, you know, on either side of the solstice? I don't know, but it only happened once. After all of these years, it took some propped up globers to go down there to be the first ones to ever witness it. In reality,
propped up globers and propped up flat earthers too, right? We're already in it from before because it was all a show, a movie, or entertainment, a reality TV show, right? Planned from a very long time. All the pieces put in places already with time. So how can we be sure that whoever were on these panels are going to be the future propped up flat earthers?
And that's weird. That's not scientific. You got to do it at least 3 times for it to be a scientific observation. Right. There's also coming out, Steve from Space Bus. I was hoping he would be here. He did an analysis of all of the bases in Antarctica and their sunset times. It doesn't work on a globe. And he's really done a lot of work. That should be coming out maybe even today, but any day soon. So, Austin, you want to jump in?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Thanks for being here, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Thanks for fucking it up, man.
Actually.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, yeah, I kind of agree with the general sentiment that Alex and D Marble was saying, I've tried to actually talk to Jaron about this a few times, like even before we got back to the States. I don't know. It just seems really irrational to me to like, I don't know. I just don't get it. I don't know what's going on, but like to pick the one observation of the sun and throw everything else out is super weird. And I don't get it. And I've tried to talk to him about it a few times. So that's my position, obviously, is that singular observation doesn't somehow negate all the like hundreds or thousands pieces of physical evidence that like falsified the alleged curvature of Earth. So that part's really perplexing, right? Because I go to him and he'll say like, this doesn't, basically his argument is I can't explain this on an AE model. That's the only model I think could work. So it has to be a globe. I'm like, okay, so if we flip it around, you're like, okay, look, we just looked at an actual position of a mountain in relation to the celestial position of a star, and that actual relative.
Yeah. Stephanie McGuire saying, I'm super appreciate the smaller channel that keep up the discussion, like Ironworks, Sovereign, and here. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. That is the reason they are small channel, because they're telling the truth, right? For sure. That is what I mean. What it means is gatekeeping, right? Unless you just blow it up like me with the flat and the curve, it's very difficult, right? I might be a very small channel here, right? I'm glad whatever it is, but yeah, on other channels I'm quite big, right? As I said, some of these people all combined together don't have the views I've got. Just so that people know that, right? Together, all of them combined.
Angle would require that the mountain is in its actual position. It verifies it, but according to the globe metrics, that mountain shouldn't be visible unless it's refracted up. So it'd have to be the parent location. So like literally falsifies the globe, and then it's been repeated back to back to back times. Same thing happens every single time. So it would be like me going to you, Jaron, and saying, okay, well, I can't explain this on the globe at all, so it can't be a globe. So I don't even understand the line of reasoning, you know, where it's like the I don't know. I don't get it. So I don't care about the who does what, says what, you know, but yeah, I think we definitely.
Yeah, he don't care now because he's done his job. He's taken his share, right? He don't care a F what Jaron thinks or anybody else on this panel thinks, right?
Definitely went there, bro. All the conspiracies
Yeah, we had
about
some
it,
fun.
I think are kind
We
of
had the
goofy, but
party.
whatever.
Let me just chime. Go finish up. Sorry.
Yeah, we went there. We saw what I would say was just the sun. You know, the sun's always in an apparent position. I've known this about flat Earth for 5 years. The sun has to be in an apparent position on a flat Earth. That's well known. That's another part that's super confusing. It's like, did people not know that already? Like once you get to the equator, then it starts to go in a weird direction. It's like the sun has to be in an apparent position relative to the personal observer for the Earth to be flat. That's been known for literal years.
Exactly.
So that's also weird. And I won't get all into the arguments, but it's just odd.
Apparently, Jaron didn't know that. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries. I just want to say, if I didn't know Jaron and Austin, and I would have been jumped on. They weren't. I would have been on all of those things. But this thing was designed for me. This trip was specifically designed for me to go, and I know that I'm not in on it. So I'm like, what are they going to do?
Yeah, Dave, you didn't go, but it's affecting you a lot. As somebody also said in the chat, that is affecting your app too, right? And the best part is that you are still defending these people who are making sure that the AE map is not right. So what clown show is this? Who the hell is defending what here? The guy in the middle wants everybody to believe there is a 24-hour sun. And these people are talking bullshit around, telling their own experiences. So what should the people believe? There is or there is not?
put me on an airplane and go, hey, by the way, we're going to the North Pole and we're gonna do something crazy. So I knew who's playing music. Someone's playing music. Is that you, Marty? Cut the crap. Okay. So that's kind of where I got my confidence. That's where I got my confidence. You should have played a little more appropriate song. So that's what I want to say about that. And Marty Leeds is here, but Zen Garcia is here. I just want to be mindful of his time. Zen, are you under pressure? You want to go next?
Yeah, that would be great, man. I really appreciate it, and I'm honored to be here with all of you. I got great respect for all of you as well. I'm going to just share something I posted on Facebook. It's really short and quick, but I agree with the initial arguments when it comes to non-existent curvature and that the Earth is stationary, fixed, and non-moving. I wrote this in reply to Robbie Davidson. To anyone that is now convinced because of the final experiment that the Earth is a globe, I'll share with you what I shared on Robbie Davidson's profile. Robbie, you know I respect you, brother, but no matter what was shown in the final experiment, curvature.
We all know about Robbie Davidson also, right? Logan Paul and all the hit shows, right? And somebody was mentioning that he even took money for these people to. It's always about the money. Yeah, it's always. That's what these people are there for, right? And they can see that the people are waking up and seeing the fakery. So this is a damage control for that. That's what it is for, because this is what it's going to do to each other, for them to continue with the bullshit by saving each other asses, because the people are seeing it through. A lot of them.
Curvature is non-existent, and water cannot adhere to a ball. These are facts that must be reconciled with true evidence, no matter what we think we know of the cosmology. Do we have all the answers? No, but these are foundational truths that cannot be denied. Show me confirmation of curvature, or that the Earth is moving, spinning at 1,037 miles an hour, faster than the speed of sound, or a bullet shot from a pistol, and then we can discuss the final experiment. This challenge goes to anyone part of the experiment or the journey. I'm willing to debate anyone on these three facts. 1, there is no curvature. The Earth is fixed, stationary. Number 2, the Earth is fixed, stationary, and unmoving. And 3, water cannot adhere to a ball, but must be contained in a basin. And once it is, its properties dictate that it will always settle in a level. How do you reconcile this? And so, the whole theme of what we've been talking about, and I'm sure that all of us here have tested for ourselves, and those that are in cognitive dissonance, you can go out with laser pointers, mirrors a stretch of flat body of water, and confirm that curvature is non-existent, even at 8 inches per mile, not even inversely squared. And so this in and of itself negates the whole idea that the Earth is a ball or a sphere spinning through space. And the way that the stars have been situated, the Mazzaroth, the constellations, the way that they show and have been used by navigators for thousands of years to determine where north is, how parallax is. The stars have not changed positions, but they maintain a constant pattern, and they are moving at the exact same rate of speed. And the star trails, the video evidence of star trails confirms that all of the luminaries, including the sun.
Before we continue, I have also a question to the chat and Gene too, right? What do you think now the Globebuster teams are doing now with all their science and everything? Do they add the 24-hour sun in there? Yeah? Do they?
Yeah, I'd like to know too, actually.
Yo, what's up, Sam?
How are you, man? How are you? Just woke up like half an hour ago, so I jumped in.
What's
How
up,
you doing?
fam?
What are you doing? What are you doing? What's up, man? What's up? Good to see you.
You too, bro.
So
Nothing
what's good?
here. Go ahead. Go ahead.
What is that? Like a meeting? Like
Yeah.
oh, David
That.
Weiss. Oh,
Yeah.
with it. Oh, oh.
The damage control meeting.
Well, thanks to TFE that helped us
Oh,
expose, lots of people.
that's what I was saying. Thanks to TFE, that we can see the real colors. I'm having an echo or something. Mic check.
Oh, well, that's what I always said. It's interesting to see what are these people saying now. What's the plan for them? Like you know, what do they plan to do now? Because since I believe that one of the main goals of the TFE shit was to attack the flat Earth community. So now let's see, what they have in mind. That's interesting. I can't believe it. Look at all these people. Fucking sergeant, fucking this, all this, like, holy shit, man. That's something.
Yeah, it's like an emergency meeting to save.
Yeah, like, yeah. Funny how people don't learn. They don't learn. Wow. So what I just came in, so I didn't.
Go ahead, Sam.
No, just can you brief me what are they talking about? What are they meeting about? What is their meeting about?
No, they're just telling their opinions about the final experiment.
But okay.
Yeah, this was like, I don't know, 2-3 weeks ago.
Oh,
right?
okay.
Right?
I just gave up on these
2
people
weeks.
already. I just gave up on them.
Yeah.
When I had the proof that they of what they did, what they are. That's it. It's over. I'm just not
I feel the same way.
But
I can't be bothered with it anymore, really.
no, that's it. It's over. It's over,
Yeah,
man.
it's like, do what you want to do. Go ahead.
Yeah, but it's not also we to be sleeping over about all this bullshit because these people are going to continue with the bullshit. This damage control, people are thinking, oh, they're going to unite the flat earth community. They're freaking dividing because there are people who are thinking they want the people to believe that there is a 24-hour sun. Why am I having
So
an echo? You want to, how do you
you have
say,
an
mute your
you have
mic
an
for a
echo.
minute? Yeah.
Is it me?
Can you mute your mic one moment, Sam?
Okay.
Mic check, mic check. Yeah, now no, it's from your side. It's from your side, my Sam. Maybe you're too near to the mic or Bluetooth or I don't know. Uh, right now, do you hear anything? I
Okay.
hear.
Now I have a Bluetooth. Is it better now? I'm checking.
Hello, mic check.
I'm putting my phone away from me.
Yeah, mic check.
Okay.
I still hear. Yeah, I
Still
have
here?
still
Okay.
hear.
Maybe I go in and out.
All right,
I'm going. Okay. Bye.
all right. So yeah, the people, it's not saying okay, we have to forget about it. Yeah, it's gone, but it's given the people something to look into so that the people understand what the community have been through these years and what is going to happen in these few years. The people have to, it's like a lesson. The lesson, when you take, you don't forget the lesson, right? All these so-called representative of the flat earth are playing with the community.
Stephanie just said something good in the comments that crossed my mind at the same time, but it seems like a really nice deterrent for any newcomers to have to sift through all this garbage right now because it caught a lot of attention, and maybe 2 months ago or whatever, 4 months ago, when people were on the fence, they might have wanted to look into it more, and this could have made them look in more, and it could have like shut the door for them right away.
Is it better now, or you still have an echo?
Oh yeah, it is very, very, very less, but yeah,
Well,
maybe I'll try to go back a bit. Mic check. I still have it. It's crazy.
you still have it? Shit. Okay, so I'm gonna just put my mic off, and I'll just talk every time I talk. I'll put it on.
All right, but go ahead. You want to add something before we continue? All right, he's muted. And anyway, guys, there's a link in the chat pinned up there. Anybody wants to jump in and say anything to add here, whatever they think about all this is welcome.
Measurements. Are these flights, these flights that people are on, they're saying that they're taking 13 hours less. That was the number that was given to me, that it was 13 hours less to go from point A to point B, Argentina to Australia. So I don't know. I don't have the data, but can somebody touch base on the flights and how they're quicker than what they are, longer than what they should be?
Yeah. So in the South, and many of us have talked about it. All of the speed records for sailboats happen in the North, right? When it's windier in the South, makes no sense. Well, GPS, NASA on GPS is how they determine distances. So, the Antarctic sailboat race, the average speed that these guys are going, according to GPS, is like 4 miles per hour. These boats can go 4 miles per hour when they're tied up at the dock. So the thing is, if you look, from my glasses, I'm going blind here. So from Shanghai to New York is, where is it? What's the distance? The distance is where's the distance on this? Hold on. Shanghai to New York. Shanghai to New York. Where? Oh, the distance is over here. That's why. Let me move that. It's 7,392 miles. And then
you have an arc in the center. It works in it.
It would take 1 day. It would take a couple of hours. You go to the right, Earth is flat. If with magnetic west pulls off to the left, Earth is a globe. There you go. That's all I want to say. The hard part is proving that you're going straight, and that you can do it with a gyro compass. But it wouldn't take long. It would take 1 day. It would take a couple of hours. You got to fly a couple 100 miles in the south with a compass, with a gyro that's proving that you're going straight. And then the magnetic compass will just peel off to the right, proving the Earth is flat. That's all I got to say about that.
I don't know if that's really a good proof, though, because compasses.
Hey, utmost love and respect to all the OGs here today.
Nathan, what you just said actually makes sense, because if the light source is going further away from the obstruction, then the beams will start to become straight. So that makes sense.
Can I show you guys that video real quick?
Yeah,
give it a try. Go ahead, Nathan. Make them big.
Thanks, Sean.
Here's the sun shrinking in angular size. This is what it started out as. This is what it finished as, a little red dot. Now let me go to.
Are those two separate videos there, Nathan?
No,
are those two separate shots?
The sun. That's the video that has like 100,000 views in 2 days. But yeah, watch this. I mean, these shadows, you see them changing direction right here. Hold on 1 sec. Look at them moving. You see these shadows moving? And then, like, this is the infrared, right? Once the sun sets, no, we were still looking at it for like 5 minutes. I mean, it was like still.
Hey, Winnie, what's up, man? Is Winnie be planting seeds? I debated Eric Dubai 4.5 hour show. He wouldn't post. Nathan Oakley won't debate me. Nobody will. Dave told me he will in a few weeks. I'm sure he will get out of it. Are you a globe earther or a flat earther? And what do you want to debate? The link is right up there if you want to come and say something. Winnie.
sun there almost, but it just
It's
wasn't.
still just going away through the atmospheric deck.
Yeah, and then look at these shadows. They go from this direction and they move this way, and these shadows move this way towards the observer. Watch. You'll see these shadows are changing direction and in just a couple minutes.
Oh, so you are that square earther. Alrighty. We know that. Yeah, Gene, we had so many square earthers here also on the podcast, right?
Yeah. What was that guy's name?
I don't remember right now. There's so many people.
Yeah.
The guy with the dreads and everything, right?
Yeah. A couple of years ago.
When it's still flat, bro. Square, circle, different levels. It's still flat.
Jill's just voting for the pyramid Earth, Vikka. What's
you see,
under it?
the thing is that, just like TFE for me was not about, proving that the Earth is a globe, or that there is a sun in Antarctica. That's just to give you to legitimize, their claim. But the real goal again was for me to dismantle, to implode the flat Earth community. So now it's the same thing. They playing it like, it's legit because they're thinking, maybe there are two suns. But what's the consequences of all this? What will that bring? It will bring again another division into the flat Earth. There'll be flat earthers that believe there are two suns, flat earthers that believe there are one sun, and that's the goal. Not to prove anything. It's just to divide with new ideas, and just to make us weaker. You understand? I believe that's the point, because I believe that's one of the goals. It is not about because how can it be two suns?
That's the main goal. It's a psyop to divide and derail the community, right?
Exactly. Because if you don't have any community, you don't have any more flat Earth theory. It's over. You understand?
Well, then it makes it just look like this fringe bunch of people on the outskirts of real society at that point, kind of.
Oh yeah, and people might think what we are doing here is all dividing. No, we have given them a lot of time. We have given them years, and what they are only giving us is bullshit, right? So now
exactly.
We're gonna go for them, right? Each and every one of them who is defending this shit and want us to believe a 24-hour sun, we're gonna call them out, right?
Can't believe it. It's wow. It's interesting. We're
Hey,
doing
what's
something
up, guys?
special.
Am I on?
Oh yeah,
Yo, Winnie, what's
Hi,
up,
Vinny.
man?
Hey, man. Sorry, I don't want to show my face because I wasn't ready for this. I was just hanging out
No
with my
worries,
wife.
no worries. You don't
But
have to. Go ahead.
yeah, I mean, real quick, some information on me. I've been a flat earther since 2011. That's when I started first doing shows. I've been thrown off so many times. I'm not on a lot of stuff. I basically
You were
stopped.
Winnie TV before?
I was on. I was with We Are Change Connecticut, and then I work with people like Killer Priest, the famous rapper from Wu-Tang Clan. I'm a part of his podcast. I brought Dave, Witsit, D Marble, all those guys, and did big flat earth shows for Killer Priest. I've been on Bro Sanchez, and
You from New York?
Yeah, I'm from the Bronx. Vinny B from the Bronx.
Yeah, I'm from Brooklyn.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that's why I talk funny.
I heard
Italian from the Bronx.
Nice.
I'm not the smartest guy, but I've been doing this a long time. And it was about 2016 when I started looking into something different than the circle dish. And that's when I started working with this guy. His name is Roman. He's from Square Earth Cosmology. He's free energy with an A for like the ether is his channel on YouTube. He hasn't done anything for years. So I've been basically the only guy that's like I was trying to talk to Dave, Eric Dubay, and all these guys about this, saying, hey, listen, it's not a circle dish. This place is more special. This place is supernatural. Like, it's literally, I know people make the comment of Pac-Man. That's a simplified version, but it's because it's hard to explain and we don't really have anything to compare it to. But, you know, Pac-Man is a representation of the sun, Mrs. Pac-Man, the moon, and where it's going through the left and it pops out on the right. I've also remember in The Matrix, there's a scene where he's in the subway and he's running to the left and he pops out on the right and he realizes he's in a space loop. He's trapped. And I do believe that that's what this place is. I will be honest. I am a Christian. I became one. I wasn't raised that way, but I became one right about when I found flat Earth. And the Book of Enoch is where I found it started talking. He was describing how the sun, the moon, and the stars are coming out of portals out of the east and the west. So I really dove into that for years. And, you know, I didn't just think of this one day and then jump out and start, you know, running my mouth like I knew stuff. I spent years, and then I started noticing my own personal observations where sometimes I'd wake up, you know, I work a regular job. I don't, you know, do YouTube every day for a living. I work a regular job. So you're used to getting up at the same time every day and you'll see the sun and the moon. And I started noticing sometimes, like, I'd wake up and the moon is now like behind the sun. That's also the old story of the turtle and the hare, right? With the one's going to one speed and the one would pass it. And that's about the sun and the moon, because that's what the ancients and everybody see and we still see in the sky. And you'll still see sometimes like the moon will just jump in one day. And that's when I was like, oh my God, this is the Book of Enoch. This is portals. And I've been into this for years. And, you know, I did a show with Eric Dubay, 4.5 hours long. And then he refused to show it. All these guys like don't want to debate this stuff. I keep trying because, like what you were saying, this is to make the final that experiment was to make flat Earth look bad and to hurt the movement, just like you guys are saying. I agree, and that's why I was trying to give the warning. I don't think I'm like smart or better than anyone. I just was trying to, you know, help, and I didn't want to see this happen, and I wish it didn't. But honestly, for the people who doubt, I'm telling you that if you were to go down there, you would see the same thing. There is a 24-hour sun. Also, the stars look like they're circling around a southern pole. There's a geographical equator. These are things that seem to be fact to everybody. And what people are seeing, I know people who've been down there.
Bro, the star trails might be possible, like, you know, because of the dome and everything. Even 24-hour daylight might be possible, right?
Yeah.
But a 24-hour sun circling in 360 at a point, that's impossible.
It's impossible on a circle dish for sure. But
and on a globe and on a square Earth or a hollow Earth.
Well, if you guys want to check, whenever you have time, you could check the video I made, or Free Energy has a bunch of stuff where we're trying to explain this, that this is like supernatural. The light is being pulled towards the foundations of heaven. It has an appearance that it's circling around. You know, that's the thing, is these Jesuits and these people that have, you know, changed everything. It seems like since the late 1800s, they started creating a lot of these lies. They know, just like us flat earthers, we know, like, they use the boat, right? Like, oh, look, the boat, the bottom is disappearing. It's going over the curve, right? But we know that's not happening. These are like optical illusions, you know? These are perspective that they have convinced people they're on a ball. Or, but I'm telling you that it can work on a square Earth model. And if you ever have a chance, you could check out the video. I recently did a new one It shows a UTM. It's actually an Army training video. It's based on the UTM map, how they grid out the world, and it is all squares. And that can't work on a circle dish or a ball. It only works on a square. And you know, every map we look at is a square or rectangle. That's because that's what it is. It's a square. And you know, it's supernatural, this place. I mean, how do we explain like portals and
Okay, could you explain in your square model how the 24-hour sun is working in
Yeah,
south?
that's it.
Sure.
Send us the link of the video. Send us the link so we can check the video because
Yeah,
it's
the link.
Yeah.
it's not
What's your link?
it's not possible.
Okay, so go to you know, Vinny, you could click on my name. I have this.
Just write the link down, and we'll go from there.
In the
Write it
chat,
down in
yeah.
in the chat, and we'll check it
Okay,
out.
That would be
so I'll
great,
post
bro.
the video and I could post the video link in the chat.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, the first 15, 20 minutes is going to be that Army video, just so people could understand, like, you know, this is the Army explaining how they do the grids and the maps.
Let me
And
ask you something, bro.
yes, sure.
How does the containment system work on the outer edges of the square? Is it?
Yeah, that's what, like, that's a great question because that's something I keep trying to think of too.
Okay.
I mean, to me, I think that there could be outer lands, and you know that it's just being contained by the land, just like we all think water is flat and being held back in the container of the land or mountains or whatever.
Okay.
And I think that, you know, there's more land outside of this realm, but we're like kind of like cut off in between.
Okay.
So I think the water probably goes past, and it's stopped by mountains in the corners. Like, you know, all flat earthers, we know water's held back by a container, right? Like a bathtub or something. But the east and the west is like, I feel like these portals where we were kind of cut off. And, you know, I got crazy theories about that too, but, you know, that's for another day. You know, with
interesting.
Yeah, this place is supernatural. This is
That's
like
for sure.
a matrix. It's like a virtual reality. We're spiritual beings in this like virtual reality. And they wanted to put like this simple like 3D pizza pie that I think that they knew the whole time that they could just, you know, at some point they were going to expose it. And I feel like that's what it was. And, you know, Dave, I am friends with Dave. Dave was invited to go down there, but he refused to go. So Jaron and Whitsitt went. I wish Dave went. I wish any of you could have. I wish, you know, I had the time and money to do it. But yeah.
The thing is that, you know, when you think about it, I'm a simple person also. I'm a simple guy.
You seem pretty smart.
No, don't believe what don't believe.
I followed your channel for a while.
Okay, thanks, thank you. Whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't talk about yourself like that, bro.
No, I'm saying I'm very simple. I have like a basic logic. I don't know much. What I like to know, I investigate and I you know, I know things, but I'm not an encyclopedia. I don't know all these things, but I know one thing is that if the Earth is, you know, kind of flat, you know, whatever it's round or square or whatever, so it's hard for us to believe that there is a South Pole and that the sun, you know, circles, you know, around that pole, because it doesn't make sense. All it does, that theory, or what it does, it just, you know, challenges the flat Earth, you know, idea or theory. So all theories are valid, are good. We can think anything we want. There's no problem. Then we have to check them out. And we have to see that it, you know, it also makes sense, because, you know, one thing that's sure is that in the flat Earth model, in the creation, everything makes sense. That means everything has a purpose. The sun has a purpose. The moon has a purpose. Everything has a purpose. So now we have also to find out, you know, what's the purpose for a sun or a second sun to circle in a, you know, that area there where there is apparently say, you know, nothing, just ice, nothing, you know, really grows, even though we know that we have pictures of like areas that are like warm up and everything. But that's the thing. And what it does actually, these ideas they are like, some kind of dividing the flat Earth
Agreed.
community in, like, in different movement.
Yeah,
People
this
going to
was to
believe
hurt
that.
us for sure. This is to definitely divide and hurt us.
But it can also help us if we can prove things, because of course, like you
Yes,
said, we don't know much.
That's why I'm here, man. That's why I'm here. It's not to promote me or act like I'm smart or anything. I just want to help. I want us flat earthers to be able to answer these questions, and I just feel that the circle dish is always going to be a problem, because I do believe that the people in the southern hemisphere are seeing stars circle around the southern, what they call the pole. I don't believe in poles.
Really, no one is denying that the star trails could be doing different thing in the south. People are
Yeah.
seeing that, but the
Yes.
24-hour sun is not seen by the common man in the south of Australia or in the south of Chile, right? There is where is the difference is. And these
Yes.
people, a selected group of people go there and they want us to believe something. It's not happening. The science doesn't work that way.
So that's the point of investigating. You see, for example, the question you should ask when you start verifying, checking your theory, is that if there are something so obvious as a second sun or
I don't
one
believe in a
sun,
second sun. Yeah.
Okay. So let's say like one sun circling around, whatever southern pole or somehow. Well, the thing is that how come there are no videos of this for like 80 years?
Well, there are videos. It's just everybody will say that they're fake, and
No. Yeah,
I know people. I've talked to some people who have been down there, and they've told me that it is. And I've seen videos of, like, there was even one not too long ago where it was just scientists going out to Antarctica to drill into a lake to sample the water, and there's a 24-hour sun. I know Graham Hancock has recently gone down there. Anybody who's going down there is going to go when it's summertime down there with the 24-hour sun. You're not going to, you can't go during wintertime. So
there are people there, like,
but people will say, no, that video is fake.
But you cannot build science on, fear of what people are going to react to it. That means that you have to have, like, evidence.
But like I'm saying, there are videos and there are people who've gone that I've even said that I've talked to, but when I say it, flat earthers tell me that I'm lying, and I've never been there.
I've not only talked to, I've known people who have also been to Antarctica, and there is no 24-hour sun. There is 24-hour daylight, but there is no 24-hour sun.
Okay.
Circling around somebody.
Yeah. Well, even if there's a 24-hour sunlight, then it can't be a circle dish. How could it be that, one side of the dish is seeing it and, the rest of everybody that's closer to it isn't?
So it's different, because the light can travel, can be reflected by games of, reflections, mirrors. That's possible. Let's say I myself don't much believe into this, but that's possible. But a physical sun, this is where it becomes impossible. You can have somehow, light being reflected, but it's not the sun. There's no warmth.
Yeah.
If the sun was going to get there would be, yeah.
I think it's, it's so simple. Like some of the things we hear, like, I always used to bring up the Dave and people. I'm like, why does everybody in the world say the sun rises in the east, sets in the west? Japan, land of the rising sun. That's because it's literally coming out of the east and it's going in a straight line, like a conveyor belt right above. But it's given an illusion. If you're in the southern hemisphere and you're closer to the southern foundations, the light is being pulled towards the south. So it's giving an illusion that it's coming from like the southeast and circling around. It looks like it's circling, but it's not really circling. It's actually going in a straight line, is what I believe.
Geocentric, right? The word geocentric, what it means is that the Earth electromagnetic field at the North Pole is stronger than all the luminaries. The pole star, the Polaris, is a pole where around the luminaries are going in circles, right? That's how we observe.
Yeah, and that's what they say they observe in the south.
Yeah, in the south, it could be doing a mirror reflection, possible, right? But the main sky map, what we have with the North Pole in the center, the rest is just a reflection, right?
Well, you're talking like that Joe Hanvey video or something. right? Where they're talking about like
No,
it could be
it's also much before Johann it was known that the
because to me
sky
it's
map.
different constellations, so it can't be that because they're
No,
literally
no, no,
different constellations. So it's
no.
not just a reverse
No.
image.
It's yeah. It's a I'd say refraction and also a refraction playing part, and not only flipping. It even looks like it's not the same, right?
Hmm.
So that's an optical effect, right? To the dome, to the sky, to the how do you say, the hydrogen or the gases we have in the sky, in
Hmm.
the atmosphere, the water we have. All these are playing a part with the luminaries, how we see them. But the
Hmm.
sun being there, right? So the sun going in a straight line is debatable, right? Because how the cycle works with all the luminaries in their sacred geometry shows that it's going around the Polaris in circle.
Yeah. I agree with you that that's what we're seeing. But I think this place is more supernatural, and I feel like maybe when you get a chance, you could check out the video, and see what we're trying to get at. The guy Free Energy is way smarter than me. I wish he would start coming out and doing shows. He told me he was gonna soon, because, like I said, I don't consider myself like this smart guy and very scientific. Uh, I feel like he would do a better job, but all I could say is if you have time, it's like an hour long. I tried to put as much as I can to answer all these different things, like Aurora Borealis, all these things I try to show in that video. Just so you could get an idea of what I'm trying to talk at, and maybe you guys could
No,
discredit it and
we
tell me
we
where I'm
know
wrong.
we know a lot, bro. We know a lot about Enoch and the square earth. We know a lot. We know a lot of people who have been here on this panel, defending for whole podcast the square earth.
Okay.
Right? We have enough information
Oh, I missed
about
those.
that.
I wish I could have caught those. I have to go find those.
Yeah, a couple of
Oh
years
yeah,
ago.
yeah.
Yeah, it
So
seems like a lot of people don't. Yeah, sorry.
the only problem is that we're not buying the 24-hour sun, be it on a ball or on a circle or on a square.
And remember something also when you say you believe. So that's very important because actually, flat Earth is not supposed to, regroup believers. That means that we are here thinkers, thinking,
Yeah, I
checking
agree.
things
But
out.
I mean, I've never
That
been down there, so I have to say, whether I
no,
believe someone or not.
no problem. That's why when you're stuck with your beliefs, that doesn't mean that what you believe in is a fact. So what we are doing, we are using the means that we have. We are using what we can in order to make sure of things. So the little bit of knowledge we manage to retrieve, then we can say, okay, now we're sure of this and this. We're not sure of this. But the whole thing is that it's about believing, because that's the trap. Because if you believe into something, and then you say, well, that must be that I believe in it so much, that. So actually, that's not really scientific. That means that it starts with belief,
I
but it
I
shouldn't
get what
end
you're
with it.
saying. That's what Nathan Oakley hits me with a lot.
Yes,
but some of this stuff, I don't think we're ever, because it's so supernatural. Like, again, like, how do we explain a portal? Like, how it works.
Well, what is a portal? Does that exist? Like, you want to explain something? I don't even know what you're talking about. What is that? What is a portal?
Well, the
Like,
Book
what
of
do you mean?
Enoch is where I really get a lot of that from. Is when
Well,
it's talking about there's portals, and
yes.
there's like 6 portals, and they're going
Okay.
through them. So let's say the sun's going in a straight line through one portal for
Yes.
4 weeks, 6 weeks, and then it jumps through the next portal, and now it's in portal number 2, and it does that for a few weeks, and then it goes to the next one.
Okay.
Before we continue,
And it's like the Pac-Man thing.
Mikey, you can jump in. The link is up there, bro. If you want to add something, absolutely. Yeah, bro. This is the thing. Yeah, we are familiar with the square earth. For sure, you are saying that on the square earth. So you're saying even Enoch mentioned the 24-hour sun, right? Can you?
I don't know if he talks about the 24-hour sun. He's talking about portals, and explaining, the different heavens too. Like in first heaven is where the mist and the dew is. The second one is like where the stars are in, and the planets are in another one.
But
Yeah, sorry.
but you see, I tell you something. We have to be careful with every books we have, even though they are seducing, and they can
Agreed.
they can give us a lot of truth and everything. I'm going to give you an example. You see, in Judaism, we have what we call the Torah, which is the Ancient Testament, the Bible,
Yeah.
and then we have another book that is very holy for for the Jews, which is called the Zohar, and it's a book that has been found about 900 years ago, and that popped up out of nowhere, and our scholars checked it and they said, okay, that book is kosher, it's okay, we can study it, but be careful, there are some dangers into be careful how to read it. Anyway, so that's a
Trust me,
great book.
Christians come at me about the Book of Enoch. Most Christians don't
Yeah,
want to talk
yeah.
about the Book of Enoch.
Yeah, they really
No,
don't.
no. But wait, I give you a reason. I give you a reason. So there is that book of the Zohar that's full of truths, and it's like amazing. It's like very seducing things that are true, and they are endorsed by all our scholars, which for us is like certification that is good. However, with the with the flat Earth investigation, we've been we found ancient texts of different scholars, Jewish scholars, that confirm that in that book were inserted some things that are not from that book. That means that other verses, other ideas that are not originally from that book, and those are also great scholars. That means that if you want to poison somebody, you're gonna give him what he likes the best to eat. You
Yeah, give them
understand?
a bunch of
That
truth.
means you're gonna give him in order to swallow a lie, you have to put it in lots of truth. So there are lots of books that are inspired of good books, and they're gonna somehow into the book they're gonna put something tiny that you're not gonna see, that and you're gonna swallow that with the rest. So the thing is that we have to be careful of about all these books and check them out. If the book of Enoch says that there are portals, that has to be checked, no problem, of course, because that might be true, of course, why not? But again, we have to to be sure
So
to
here's one of the things that got me to think about it too is, how I pointed out how sometimes the moon is like, it was behind the sun, and then the next day all of a sudden it's like in front of the sun and in a different part of the sky. And I started thinking, like, if this thing was like a circle dish or a ball, at some point you would have to see the moon passing the sun, but nobody does. What we're all seeing is the same image, and it starts in like Japan and China, the East. That's where the image first comes, and that's when I was like, it has to be Pac-Man. It has to be. That's the only thing that could make sense to me, that could explain why we're not seeing it, because it's not happening. That's why nobody sees it. What it's doing is it's coming out of a new portal in a new position, and then what Japan sees early in the morning is the same thing that Africa is going to see, and the same thing we're going to see later on in the day. We all see the same image. And that's one of the giveaways to me, that nothing really makes sense other than something supernatural like portals. To me, that's one of the things that got me years ago, when I started noticing the sun and the moon. But the other thing, like I said, is the UTM map. The mapping, the grid system that the U.S. military and everybody uses is based on squares. It's a square grid. And
yeah, but bro, that's a way even you could even measure things, or right, or distances, right? It doesn't, the land we live on, if you believe that the earth is flat, you
it's
might also
definitely flat.
believe,
I believe
yeah,
that. Yes.
yeah. So, and
And
you also
provable.
might believe that there might be extra lands, right? So what does
Yes.
this square even means if there are extra lands? Because you could draw on a flat ground a square, a circle, a triangle within a circle, and again a square, depending on their size, right? It doesn't matter, it's still flat.
Well, no, a square grid couldn't work on a circle dish or a ball. It can't.
Because you are making one on a square. If you're going to use a circle, you're going to use another grid system, right?
But
It
they're
doesn't
using a
matter.
square grid.
You can take a piece of whatever form and the distance, and you can paste it on different shapes, and you're going to find the same distance, bro. It doesn't matter.
They would overlap on a circle dish or a ball. That's why
Yeah,
it
but if
can't
you're
work
gonna
on that.
go if you're gonna on the edges and this, yeah, because it's gonna diffuse or right, diffract or get together, right, depending on the shape. The point is that you can have any shape on a flat, right? Because if you are saying it's square and then there are extra lands, the lands
Yeah.
could just continue. So it doesn't matter if it's on a circle, on a square, triangle, hectagonal,
Well,
octagonal, whatever you can make, right?
I disagree. I don't see how a square grid could work on a circle, because at some point you would have it, they would be overlapping.
Exactly the same way the one which works on a circle is not going to work on a square the same way, because they are different shapes.
I'm not, again, I just have I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be like,
Anyway,
argumental
bro,
with you.
we would like to know how you're going to put that 24-hour sun on that square model in relation to the Enoch. Do you have anything else? Because we want to continue
I'll
with
send the
our
link
chat.
when I get off this with you. I'll send it in, and I'll put it in the comments too to the video.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, we don't want it to get too much far away from our.
Yeah, I don't want to
our
waste the
topic.
time too.
Yeah.
If you guys, I don't know what the
No,
audience is saying.
that's it. That's interesting. But the thing is that I'm thinking also, there are so many things we have to learn. We'll never have enough time to learn everything. We'll
I
never be
agree.
able
That's
to
what I
become like
say.
an encyclopedia.
That's for sure.
So at that point, if you agree, I believe that you should agree also with this. That means that knowledge has to be managed. That means there are so many things we can be like seduced into, like believing and knowing, and then what does it do? It's like just like drinking wine and getting like drunk, with all these things. So what I believe is that knowledge is being given to us in order to use it. And I'm saying that what we should know and we should learn is what we need to learn. For our generation,
and I
for
want
the
the
time we're
Flat Earth
living.
community to not be fighting and not looking bad. That's my main thing.
That's okay, but just to tell you that maybe the point in having all these debates about what can that do, and if there is a 2 cents or 3 cents, maybe it's just like somehow deviates the community from focusing on the true knowledge that is supposed to gather to help its generation. That's what I'm saying. That what do we need to learn?
Well,
today?
I found out that in 1595, when Jesuit Matteo Ricci went to China, he reported back to the Pope that China believes the Earth is square and flat. Like the people in the past believed it was a square. I've found that through my research. Even up till just 400 years ago, the Chinese were still saying it's a square.
So
they recently tried to change that too and say the Egyptians thought it was a circle dish. No, they didn't. They thought it was a square with 4 mountains in the corners holding up the vault of heaven. Our ancients believed it was square also.
No problem. But at that point, for me, flat earther here in 2025, for me the most important is already to understand that I've been lied to, and I want to know who are the people that are lying to me in order to retrieve the basic knowledge that we're living on a flat earth. Then its shape, its exact shape or mechanisms, of course it's important to understand, but maybe it's not worth investing that much yet now, because we have so much other priorities to understand. Yeah, there's so many things we have to understand before to understand all these things. But we can talk about it, we can philosophize, we can
I feel like I
exchange
can
ideas.
talk to people
That's
like
no problem,
you
that's
guys
good also.
about it, but the average person, I don't bring this up to. They're still
no,
on
that's
a
for
ball.
sure.
But
that's for sure. Don't
I
make
would
that
love
mistake.
for you to check out the video and give me your feedback and tell
All right.
me, what you see wrong, or what you think to be wrong, or like I said, I don't think I'm like this genius and know it all. This is what I've been looking into since 2016. And I was telling Dave and all these guys that they were gonna go down there and get exposed. I literally was trying to warn all these guys up until they went there. And now like most flat earthers are just yelling at me that that it's all a lie, and Witsit and everybody's lying, and I just feel bad. I don't like to see all the fighting and us being divided.
It is telling the truth. Yeah.
That's it. A burst always is always always hurts.
Yeah, I really appreciate you guys. I mean, again, letting me on shows like you guys are awesome and you're the real deal. That you're not afraid of Like I said, Eric Dubay, he talked to me for 4.5 hours. When we were done, he was like, Vinny, I was like, Eric, did you have a good time with me? He was like, I've never done a show for 4.5 hours. It's the longest show I ever did. I had a great time with you. I said, man, I hope you check out my stuff. The next day he writes me saying, none of it's going to be aired. And I'm just like, what? It seems like he got handlers or something. You know, I just, people check it out. And if there's stuff that I got wrong, just tell me so I could learn, you know.
No.
And
We
do
appreciate,
better.
bro. We appreciate you passing by. The only thing is, we are open for everything, but this is the thing. We want to understand the 24-hour concept on your square model. So
Yeah, check it
that's
out.
it.
Check it
Yeah,
out, man.
we will. Yeah.
I feel like, you know, there's not much more I could say, and I don't want to take up all your time.
Alrighty, bro.
So I could get out of the way, and I'll leave the description, and whenever you guys have time, and I would love the feedback.
It was a pleasure.
Alrighty.
No problem.
Yeah, no, it's good to have you, bro. Come back, you know.
Definitely, I'm going to be checking you guys out. I was booted out for a while, so, you know,
want to
I'm
see the
happy I just got
placement of
back in.
everything where you guys have it. You know, I want to see. Is it like a map? Is it?
Yeah. It's a model, everything. It's got, even at the end, showing like the north being positive, the south being negative, the magnetic field. You know, to me, again, I am a Christian. So, you know, bottomless pit and hell underneath, the flat plains above. The Bible talks about 3 heavens. I believe the Jews and the Babylonians, they believed that there were 7 heavens. One of the Book of Enoch talks about 10 heavens. So, you know, there's debate on how many, but, you know, even in that, I mean, I try to show everything that I could and not be too long in the video, you know? So, I will post it in the description.
Cool, man.
And I'll be checking you guys out. I really appreciate you giving me the time, because nobody wants to. Nathan Oakley publicly told his audience that he was going to do a show with me, and then stopped talking to me. So, you know,
We listen to everybody, bro.
That's why I appreciate this so much.
We will
Even if you
listen
guys
to
don't
this.
agree with me, thank you so much for letting me at least speak.
Leave your email or something. Write your email or something, or your way to contact you.
Yeah, I got a little small channel that it has my email on it, and I'll send that link when I get off.
Awesome.
Cool, bro.
Thank you so much again. And great job, guys. Keep searching for the truth. We're going to keep figuring out more and more.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Take care,
Thank
man.
you too, bro.
God bless.
That's the magic of flat Earth.
Who's this mellow globe in the chat? Who's that?
That's hysterical, isn't it? I'm not sure
who's it.
I don't know. It could be Austin.
Really? Is it Austin?
Nah,
Or it's just I don't think so.
That's hysterical. That fucking brutal. Mellow globe.
Alrighty, let's continue. Let's hear some of these.
Weird. Not surprising though.
Hey, speaking
Really
of the
hope that I
Bible,
get some behind the scenes footage. Go ahead, bro.
I just want to jump in here real quick if I can. Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Cool. I'm a nobody compared to the work you guys have done in the community, so it's an honor. But for those who don't know, I've made music with Alex Michael, D Marble, and Ken Heidebrecht. And as Nathan Thompson said, he was my roommate for a bit. And Sean and I have also done a biblical cosmology series called Uncommon Ground for a few years. But so ultimately, we're talking about God's creation, and his creation model is intimately connected to the biblical faith and the promises made to believers. It's the setting of the story where it all takes place, right? There's a literal, physical, material vaults of heaven where the Most High, his Son, and the angels live. A literal continent-sized kingdom with many mansions is supported by the third heaven. That's the kingdom of heaven. There's the earth plane where we live, and then underneath, there's these basement compartments for the souls of the dead. And when Christ returns to bring that kingdom down to their earth, the Bible says the heavens will be shaken, the firmaments will open like a scroll, the stars will fall to the earth, the sun will turn black like sackcloth, The moon will stop giving her light. Sheol beneath those basement compartments will give birth to the departed spirits. The promised land will be leveled, and the New Jerusalem will descend from that firmament to the earth, and the meek inherit the earth forever. So every aspect of the creation model is described in scripture as being used at this fulfillment of the good news of the kingdom to come. So if these things had zero importance pertaining to the story, they wouldn't be in our God story. But each of these constituent elements are just intricately woven into the fabric of our reality from beginning to end. And if we have a moment, Sean, I'd love to illustrate that for everybody. I've prepared a clip. Any chance you could pull that up and play it, brother? I don't know if you can hear me.
Where'd he go? You know, it's fun.
Yeah, just give me 1 second. It's Wes. It's still loading
Wes.
into the studio.
Okay. No worries.
Hey, one of the things that Skiba used to say is about that was when New Jerusalem comes down, you know, the dimensions that it gives in the scriptures, you know, the width and the height and everything. When you measure it out on top of a ball that's supposed to be 24,901 miles, if it sits down and it's straight lined, is it going to teeter-totter?
It's actually going to be 121 miles above the curvature. So for the inhabitants of the nations to get to the gates of New Jerusalem, they'd have to travel 121 miles in height just to get to the gates. It doesn't work on a ball.
If the earth were a ball, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And real quick, something you said, Wes, before while your video is still loading. This is an Isaiah. Remember all the high altitude photos that people have done in the flat Earth community over time? And you know, when they get up to a certain,
we use hydrogen. I believe it's hydrogen that we use. It has more lift, so it was
so
actually better. And at the time,
so
we couldn't
dangerous.
To be honest, this kind of sounds like a lot of excuses, guys. I mean, they did fine on the moon. They had cameras. I mean, what's the problem there?
just use a Hasselblad that can take 21,000 photos in 3 days.
They were able to.
Sean, make me big for a second. This is Nathan's footage. 80 miles. It's pretty impressive.
Wait, here's what falsifies the alleged.
Now, there's pockets of people throughout history that did keep the book, like the Ethiopian Christians, and they've had it in their Bible this whole time. And that's why if you talk to like an Ethiopian, they think it's crazy that we don't consider Enoch an actual valid part of Scripture, because he actually tells you how this place works. And so for anyone out there that is, like Karen was talking about, that is contemplating the spiritual side of this, and there is claims within the religious texts of ancient Israel that the Creator himself showed mankind how this place works as he made it. And that information has been greatly suppressed throughout history.
And if I can real quick, I'd encourage everybody to check out, if you're interested in more of that information. I mentioned Uncommon Ground. We did episodes on the calendar, like Rick just asked about recently, episode 52. But yeah, check out my YouTube channel. We've done work on the underworld, the layers of heavens, and what different books of scripture that's been included in other Bibles across the world, what they've said about the layers of heavens. I'd love y'all to check it out.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I think is really, as biblical cosmologists or people who claim to believe the scriptures to be God's inspired word.
It's the thing that too much these people are using the name of the God to show the people that these people are really truth seeker.
Yes.
This is pure bullshit.
That's a very good point. Very good point, Vikka, because check it out. You know, if you know, you believe or you understand, like I do, that behind, you know, that flat earth, you know, idea, their theory, whatever, you know, what you want to call it, the flat earth truth, actually there is a war, and a much wider war, much bigger war against mankind, against the idea that God or an intelligence, you know, created the world. So of course, you know, at one point they're going to say, okay, we tried to destabilize that idea, you know, by making people believe that the earth is a globe. It doesn't work. So now, you know what, let's make them believe it's flat, but not flat the way they think, in order also to always destabilize and the faith in God. And this is the thing. I believe what is being attacked is the faith in God. You know, I'm Jewish, I'm not Christian, but it doesn't matter. Christians also do believe in God, and, you know, their own way. So the thing is that maybe one of the point of all this is just to destabilize, to make a godless, flat earth, soulless flat earth, the way they want to make a godless world and a godless, and a soulless, civilization of people. So maybe the point is this, is just to say, okay, it's flat, no problem. Hey, it's flat, but it's not what, God says, it's not what the Bible says, or it's, so we have to analyze that. When they start talking about the Bible and about God, we got to be very careful the way they're trying to, insert things, and, we have to be careful. Even though we don't believe in the same thing exactly, we believe in the same, basic things in the Bible. So maybe this is what they're going to try to attack now. So we have to watch out.
Absolutely no different than the pastors who are there who are grabbing money. It's the same shit.
It's the same thing, and I tell you, also in Judaism is the same thing. We have a lot of corruption, a lot of false rabbis, false people saying teaching bullshit, that are totally against the very basics of the Torah, the very foundation of the Torah. I'm not talking about details of I'm talking about the basics, So we are under attack, and this is a war, worldwide. So of course, flat Earth is not, flat Earth brings back people to believing that there is some kind of an intelligence, whatever you want to call it. You want to call him an alien, you want to call him the ether, you want to call him, whatever, it doesn't matter. But there is something intelligent that holds all this, that created all this. You understand? It's not the fruit of luck, like an explosion that that creates everything. You have to be stupid to believe this.
Exactly.
So,
With the type of shit these people are, some of them are doing, doesn't look like they really follow God. Anyway, yes. Go ahead, Sam.
this is what's going on, I believe, because if you the flat Earth, what does it do? It just makes peace between science and faith, and and religion, between spirituality and materialism. And this is very important, because actually there was never war between these two principles. It's two sides of the same thing, and this is maybe what they're trying to fight. I don't know, but we have to be careful. There is a plan there. I don't even believe that they understand the war they're being part of. I don't know. They're just being pushed into direction for whatever interests they have, whatever ideas, ideologies. I don't know, but I don't think they even know the full extent of what's going on here. But it's interesting, of course. Interesting. See what happens. See what comes out of it.
To look at how he describes this realm. I mean, he's super descriptive. That Sheol is beneath us, the bottomless pit is beneath us, the pillars are beneath us, the fountains of the deep are beneath us, that the throne is above us, that there's waters above us separated by a firmament, a rakia, that separate those waters above from the waters below, that the sun and moon stop, that the earth takes shape like clay under a signet. I mean, you can just go on and on, that the sky is like a molting looking glass, a cast metal mirror, a bronze mirror, whatever translation you want to look at. All these different super descriptive terminology. And then just to be, it's just weird to me to think that he would turn around and be like, well, what I really meant was it's a wobbly, tilted, spinning space pair. That's just odd to me.
Upward
I will
rising.
say, though,
space pair.
I'll give my input real fast about this. It's been floated that he's compromised and stuff like that. I don't think that's the case. I think Jaron is he interpreted flat Earth in a way that's entirely different than me and some other people, and he needs a model. He's been very clear about that, and I was with him in person, talking to him.
Yeah, he needs a model, and he doesn't need a model, and he knows there's a model, but he's ignoring that model. Right? This is what he's been doing from these years. Right? These people want to do something about flat Earth. They could have. They have the model right in front, but nobody's going to do anything with all the resources and with all the following and all the blindly supporting of everything. If it was put in the right place, we have a freaking model.
Yes, I don't need a model. I'm a flat earther. I don't need a model. I have a model.
No, but if
What do we
they're
need?
really serious about model, and especially Austin or Jaren, right? They're still going and telling people that there is no flat earth model. McToon and all these people, they make fun of these people. We don't have a model.
Yeah,
Same
but you
like
know
Yes.
what?
Austin and Jaren.
The globe doesn't have a model either.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean we don't have a model. If the people cannot see it, we're not gonna spoon fed the people what is a flat earth model,
Well, you know, when
right? A
people
map
tell
is
me,
not a model. Yeah.
yeah, when people tell me you don't have a model, I say patience. We're just starting. You know, you've been around for like, the Glovers have been around for like, like 600 years approximately. But we've been around for like 7 years, 10 years. What do you want for us? Let us grow up. We still,
Yeah, Chan. And they got the whole entire school system backing them up, which we don't.
Yes, exactly. We don't have the means that you have, all the
Right.
money and all the mass media and all the system with you
Or the
guys.
indoctrination either, though,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah, that's it. That's the thing, and that's what I'm saying all the time. You see, if you're so smart and if you have so many evidence, so how come we're here? How come you're here? Because I'll tell them that flat Earth is growing, and you can see that there are more and more flat earthers, not only by the presence of flat earthers on internet, but by the presence of Globers fighting flat Earth. Because if those guys are like lying about flat Earth, that means they know that the Earth is flat. So that makes both of us. That means they also believe that the Earth is flat. They're just fighting the idea. We are promoting it. That's it. So we all believe that the Earth is flat. Even those Globers, even those people, to fight it so much, like to be so obsessed with it. If they were so obsessed with understanding things, they will check very easily 2 or 3 facts and they'll become flat earthers. But they don't.
Yeah,
I
this
don't
is the
know.
thing, Sam. Oh yeah, go ahead, Dean.
Bro, I got a few friends that I've known for 40 years that I go back and forth with. I lost a few even. Some of it was political more so, but I got a few friends that just don't get it, bro. And
Yep.
one or two of them through the years, one or two of them have sort of come around, and then now recently another friend, he's like, okay, wait a minute. If he's starting to ask better questions, he's like, he's not just defending it violently like some of them do, Like
Well,
The
it's
thing
scary
is,
for most people.
yeah, guys, the thing is, the people can watch and waste their time whatever they want, right? There are people who are watching whatever, right? It's not our problem that the people are not didn't see the mechanical realm or saw the mechanical realm and didn't get it, right? It's not our problem. It's to put it out there. The people who don't understand that we don't have a model have not seen the mechanical realm, right? So this knowledge or this part of wisdom through the mechanical realm, the community should have taken it beyond. But no, they prefer to do bullshit because real science is what destroys the globe. Real gadgets, real mechanics, the radars,
Of
all the
course.
other gadgets destroys the globe. That's real science, right? They are
Of course.
wasting money, time, resources, effort, energy, and everything, and all their bullshittery for all this bullshit. That's why this damage control happening,
Yeah,
right?
really.
They never put
Exactly.
the resources in the right place.
All this whole belief of the globe only holds on ignorance and stupidity. As soon as you start showing them a little bit of common sense, it just like vanishes. It's just like it doesn't hold. I've seen that. I've been interviewing last time. Like a astronomer, like a astrophotographer that knows so much, but in front of cold, hardcore logic, all this knowledge just falls apart. So science has to be logic, has to make sense at one point. It cannot just like be stupid. So that's the thing. That's the thing. We are fighting ignorance. We are fighting stupidity. We are fighting all
Yeah, these
this.
people are pulling us back from the
Oh yes.
progress.
Oh
We're
yes. Of
We
course.
think
fighting
that
a
they're helping
belief.
flat earthers. These people are pulling us back to make us
So
as slow as possible.
you see, in the Middle Ages, people didn't have books. At the time, and I believe still today, but at the time it was more obvious that the Catholic Church was like in charge of the world, or the Western world, you can say, and they were keeping all the books. People did not know how to read, how to write, how to heal, how to and they kept all that knowledge for themselves. Now, as the world is progressing, they changed their tactics. Instead of like keeping people in the dark by taking knowledge from them, they're going to create fake knowledge, and they're going to give them lots of knowledge, lot
They
of bullshit. Just
educated us, Sam.
yes. So we are in the same position. We still are in the dark, but this time with knowledge, which is false knowledge. You understand?
Yeah.
So it's the same thing. That's the way they do it. That's the way they do it, because it's easier to keep people, to control people, to do what you want to do with people when they're like ignorant and weak and sick. That's the way they do it. But there is an awakening. Even in the book of Daniel, it's written, at the end of times, when the knowledge will be spread, and there'll be also a hunger for not for water, for food or for water, but for for seeking the truth, for God. There'll be a big hunger, and this is what's going on. What are we doing here? Spending our time, talking about all these things. We're like, we have a hunger, like for truth. It's enough already. So this is also something that's not normal. Like, we should care about ourselves, having barbecues and ball games and having a good time. But here we are, at 1 a.m. talking on in front of a fucking telephone. But that's the point. This is because we want to promote the truth. We want to we are hungry for the truth. I don't know you, but I am, and I'm sure that you too. That's why we're here. But
I'm not hungry for the truth, bro. The truth is inside. The problem I
yes,
am
yes,
is having is that the people need to see what the hell this fakery is going on and what has been happening, not from TFE, from much before, right?
yes, of course.
It's been happening from much before TFE. The TFE is bringing this to light, right? So that people can see it more openly, right? Now it's no time now to, right, to sugarcoat or sweeten and soften things up.
Yeah, it's time I would say to grow up.
You know,
Knowing about flat Earth is about growing up. It's about like we're not children anymore. Like to believe like bullshit. We have to think. We have to grow up. And most people are afraid to grow up. They're afraid. It's scary. It scares them. But it's good. It's the best way out. Is to grow up.
Oh yeah, Gene, what were you saying, bro?
I was going to point out that they came back with this video that people are freaking out over. Look, it's 24-hour sun. Look. But look at the video NASA just showed on that space mission rescue. Did you see that?
Oh shit, man.
That was terrible, man.
Yeah, it's like
That was
but why do
horrible.
they do that?
You look at the parachutes. Like what do you think those parachutes weighed? Right? Each parachute. What do you think? How many pounds was that parachute? Right? And when that thing hit the water, the lines disappeared, and then all of a sudden those parachutes turned into like toilet paper.
Will Duffy spend more money than NASA? That we can say.
That was brutal, but that's scary, man. When you can put up something like that across all the television outlets and call it real, and people cheering it on, that's
Well,
a little scary, man.
that's the drill. That's the drill. That's what they want to create. They want to create, a civilization of people totally dumbed down. So,
Yeah.
this is what they're looking for.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give. I'm
And
gonna
bro,
give you an
that's what
example.
that's why that's a litmus test, bro. Because if they know that if you're looking at that and you're like, yes, oh my God, they're home. They got you on that side of the fence now.
Exactly.
They ain't worried about you anymore.
I tell you something a little more like hard to listen to, but at one point the Nazis or the Japanese, that were torturing people, live, like people were like live and conscient, and they were like like tearing them apart, like cutting them open. and the people were like, begging for death, and they were still like, butchering them. So you can believe that sometimes they can tell you, oh yeah, but it was to make experiments on whatever medical experiments. That's not true. You know what the experiment was for? It was for the guy that was butchering. The experiment was to create people totally dehumanized that could do such a thing. Could you do such thing? I cannot do such thing. But if you can have people that do this, so this is what they were looking for, to have people that were able to do these things, and then they could promote them.
No moral compass in someone like that,
Exactly, that's it, and that it is precious for them, because if you have people totally dehumanized like this, and you put them in charge of an army, of a section of men or something, they might be fierce soldiers, like they're totally like dehumanized. They have no human values at all. They have they're like robots. They're creating like robots without soul, without humanity. So this is the experience. It's to create them.
Yeah,
Not
like
to look for any,
people that could be led around like very easily.
Yeah.
Like, look what's going on with the Teslas. 5 months ago, these people were like, "Oh, buy Teslas, or you're not human. Get off the planet." And now they're burning Teslas.
I tell you something.
It just shows how easy it's to control the masses. This is what it shows. We don't care who is right and who is fucking wrong.
I believe they are staging a huge event, and that they need to know that the people are going to be ready to accept what they see, and for that they are testing us. They're like making drills on that that fake space rescue or whatever, to see how people do react, how many people do believe in it, and they have studies on this. So next time now, when they're going to stage up their big show there, and what I believe is that they might use like some kind of a stage encounter of the third type style, like with aliens coming down, with UFOs. It's very possible. It makes sense also. And at that point, they have to make sure that most people are going to believe this, because they can't afford to fuck up on that one. So they're testing people, how stupid they are. They're ready to to get screwed with this one, or not. So that I believe this is more like this is why they do all these
the
things.
flat earthers. Yeah, Sam. Like the flat earthers will be laughing like the same way where that happened in 2020. And these people now gonna be, oh, the aliens are coming. They're they're gonna blow up.
But people
things
but people that can believe that there are like 2 suns or 3 suns in Antarctica, or that the Earth is like a pyramid or whatever, they'll believe this too. They'll say it's possible. It's possible that what's happening is true. It's also possible.
I saw it.
Yeah, I saw it on television.
They got the video. Look,
I saw it on TV.
I went back on several different stations and re-looked at that landing video with the parachutes, because I thought that maybe someone grabbed it and edited it to look stupid. But nah, that just looks stupid. It looks horrible.
How about the space shuttle there from the Indians that landed on the moon? Looks like a Lego.
I can't believe they call that real, bro.
So you see, those people are not stupid. They're not staging something that looks that bad, for nothing. Is that in order for you to believe into this?
They're not stupid. They're making stupid people.
Exactly. Not stupid. Extra stupid. Stupid is not enough, because stupid people can, at one point, start thinking. They have to lobotomize people, totally lobotomize, that love the lie. They just don't care. They just love it. They don't care if it's true or not. It's like it goes beyond just belief. It goes, it's about admiring. It's about feeling good. It's like a drug. It's like a poison.
Like a dose. It's like a dose of
it's a dose.
Being lost in space, right?
Exactly. That's what it is. It's an addiction. Lie is an addiction. It feels good. Feels great. Wow. I'd rather believe in space and aliens than to believe that there are no aliens. And there is no space.
Running away from reality. That's what it is, bro. And from responsibility, right?
Exactly.
It changes everything. So
everything.
It's scary water to jump in if if you were like, if you never were like into Bigfoot or UFOs or, I don't even know what the turning point really is to have the mind open enough or in the right place to accept something like this. But it's really, really big to take on, man. So that's why people are stuck over there. They're like, they don't want to believe something like that. It's been mocked, ridiculed, and condemned by from every angle except for people trying to talk about it. So it's a big jump for people stuck in the narrative, man.
Yes, and somehow the you can shape people with beliefs and lies or with the truth. That means that, for example, if you take a look at the nature of the people that believe in the globe and that believe that the earth is round and spinning around like crazy, and that the whole solar system is like spinning around, so they're gonna reflect that nature of like madness, like but on the other side, if you believe on the flat earth, nice and quiet, peaceful, open, it's going to help you to have an open mind. It's going to help you. It's going to influence your nature.
Exactly, precise, right? Precise. The flat earth cosmology is precise, and they are all havoc, right? Going, spinning around. That's what they're exactly.
Because the flat earth makes sense, so we are going to make sense. Their globe doesn't make sense, so they don't make sense. They are the reflection of their own environment that they created. You understand? That goes deep. Lies go deep.
There's a saying, Sam, in Spanish, that to not lose your north.
Yes,
right?
Exactly. In French
Maybe
also.
in French also is have to be there.
Yeah, you took it from French people. I know that. Come on.
That I have no idea, but for sure it says a lot, right?
Of course, exactly. There's a lot of sayings like this that are like they're wise. They're wise sayings. Yes, of course. But this is how important is the lie, because keeping people in lie is to keep them shaped the way you shape them. They are your sons, they are your kids now, because they believe what you taught them. So you made them according to your own image, just the way God made men in his own image, like pure, strong, healthy, immortal. So now these people here are making these people, the civilization are their own image, stupid, absurd, ignorant, and this is what's going on. This is what lies creates. It goes deep. It's deep. It's not about just the shape of the earth.
Oh yeah, we continue with this a bit.
That's the heliocytosis.
And he's not joking. Like, he needs a model, And I think.
Sorry, go ahead, Gene.
Sam is describing the heliopsychosis people have.
Yeah, now I understand the term.
Been delivered.
The most eye-opening part of this whole thing for me is realizing that a lot of people didn't really come to flat Earth the same way. Like, the whole time, I'm like, we don't have a model. In fact, the Bible says we're never gonna know exactly.
Oh yeah, we don't have a model. You don't want a model, right? Yeah. Sometimes you think people are doing things, but as I say, they are doing more damage than good.
Exactly what the Earth is. We'll never know its dimensions. And there's like
this. Imagine these so-called freaking representative are telling to the globers and to the flat earthers there are no model, or there is no possibility of a model, or there is no model. That's making more damage than anything else.
But actually, when you analyze their psychosis, like they're actually always accuse you of their own defect. That means that what he's saying here is pretending to talk about the flat earth community, but in fact is talking about the globers. It's like everything he says. Actually, you have to look at it like if he's talking about the globers that it belongs to. Actually, he's not talking as a flat earther. He's talking as a glober. You understand? So that means everything they're gonna say about us, it's what's true about them. You understand? They're gonna try to always give us their own face, like accuse us of their own defect. That's how they do. That's how the people do. That's how liars do. You understand? So when he says that, that means they don't have a model. This is all about them. You have
Exactly.
to look at.
Yeah, exactly. But he's here pretending to be a flat earther and giving the Globers and all the rest of the community by a representative that there is no model, right?
Of
The
course.
sleeping, there's even the sleeping ones, flat earthers are going to believe him, right?
Well, the ones that believe him, have a problem already because you don't believe him. You have to. You're not really like cannot really be a flat earther like a grown up like and believe him. So actually, if there are flat earthers believing him, uh, right from the start they had a beginning problem right from the beginning. That means that how can you believe him if you're flat earther? You're supposed to be to reason, to have some common sense, to so how can you believe him? Like I don't know. So maybe that's good that people believe him. So it just like cleans up the flat earth community from all the people that are not really like into it or not really flat earthers. If you're a flat earther, you cannot believe him. You cannot just go back. It's impossible. You cannot have a proof of something and then believe that the proof that you have is no good. How can it be? So the whole point of a proof is to prove something and to establish a fact. That's forever. It's not So I don't believe you can just believe in them like this. Like if you believe in them, you already have a problem.
Well,
It's not.
it's like having like I don't know. Let's say you got like a whole bag of M&Ms, and you put them in a bowl, and one has a peanut in it, so you throw the whole bowl out. Now M&Ms are shills now. You know what I mean? Something like that. There's so much more evidence. So one thing changes your mind about all that other empirical evidence. That's a big jump too, bro.
Well, all this is sharpening us up. That means that it's like when you sharpen a pencil, you're gonna have some like pieces they're gonna fall off, but the
Mm-hmm.
pen is gonna be sharp. So
Yeah.
this is good to sharpen us. It's making us more sharp.
Yeah,
Like
sure.
Just a moment, guys. Lucas 7:11. Lucas is saying, Vikka, we don't have a model. You don't know what lit is. We only know we are not on a globe. That's what your opinion and idea is, Lucas. It's not my problem if you have not seen the mechanical realm and there's more than that information about what could be a model, right? Just calling a map on a sheet or on a ball or even the Gleason map is not a model, right? A model should consist of all the luminaries. I'm not going to spoon fed to the people again the same information. The ones who have eyes to see know exactly what I'm saying about what a model is and if we have it or not, and not from now, from thousands of
well,
years ago. I'm not putting anything new out here. Nothing is new under the sun. Go ahead, Sam.
but I tell you the truth. You can just turn them around very easily because when they tell you they don't have a model, you can say, yes, you're right. We don't have a model. All we know is that the model that we are being taught exists. It doesn't work, and this is the first phase into like finding our model. But what's sure that yours is no good. This is what we know for now. So even though I don't have a model, it's enough for me not to start waking up to understand that what I believed
Oh
in so
yeah,
far
Sam.
is
But you
fake.
need to watch. You need to watch Mechanical Ram too, bro. Maybe you have not
Oh,
watched the
okay.
Mechanical Ram. Watch
No, no.
the Mechanical Ram. And then say to me if we have a model or not. These so-called representative are pushing the same thing. It's not they don't know that we don't have a model. They know very well we have a model. All of them. But it's
Yeah,
not of their interest for the people to know that there is a model because they want to give more ammunition to the opposition that we don't have a model because the guys who are representing us don't want to acknowledge what exists and what instruments that exist, scientific instruments that exist, which shows how this realm works, and you guys don't want to go in it, which shows that you guys are gatekeepers and misinformation freaking people. That's what it shows, right?
Beautiful
yeah.
aspect. That's like the most beautiful part of this is you kind of reset, and we have a bunch of people that like act like there is no God, acting like they know everything about everything, and kind of minimizing this place, and then you find out, oh, that's not true, and then it's like this explorative, kind of humbling moment. So that's what. So for me, it's like go back to the basics: empirical measurements of the surface, default empirical position, it's stationary, it's not moving.
Yo, psychedelic bro, how you doing? Awesome. Yeah. Yeah, Lucas. Yeah, you can be in your world that we don't have a model. Yes, everybody can be whatever they think, right? So absolutely.
Interferometry's proven that, and we can get into microwave tests, radio tests. We just keep going, that we falsified the supposed curvature, obviously. So I guess I'm realizing that not everyone did think that or understand that, or like the logical parameters to coming to that conclusion. And that's okay. So I really don't have like hard feelings about that, because I'm like, well, if you
I don't
kind of
either.
interpret it another way, it's kind of good that you should say you don't think it's flat now, because like if you interpret it the wrong way, well then you don't get it. So then you weren't like on the same page as say me or a lot of people and how we interpret it, right? So I think that if you don't interpret it the right way, that this will inevitably happen anyway. You need a model, you need replacement answers. You're kind of setting yourself up. So that's how I feel about the whole thing. And that's why I said falsification is independent of replacement. Like the second I made my first YouTube channel, like I.
Oh yeah, the same bullshit. Falsification is independent. We have all the freaking answers, guys. Shut the fuck up Shut the fuck up about falsification is independent of replacement. There is a replacement. That's why the other thing is a false bullshit. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just wondering, like, what more?
Coin that phrase, because every debate.
Sorry, go ahead, bro.
What more of a model than the mechanical realm do you want? You know what I mean? Like that video covers what I thought was pretty much all of what would explain how this place is, and that it's really super old news that's been, not covered up maybe, but, left out of the narrative for the most part. They treat it like this weird thing, So you can't explain something like that other than a couple of really strange ways, that's like the pyramids. They don't belong here. That doesn't belong here, man. There's no way we can explain that stuff, and same with the Antikythera. We can't explain how that got here, but what it does gives us the model of where we are.
Bro, it's ancient, old world, ancient technology. I don't think even these few hundred years people could have made this.
Yeah,
this is an advanced technology, how the old buildings are, right?
Yeah, and that's a challenge for all of them, because actually now they cannot say they have the answers to everything, they know everything. Because if yes, how come you don't even know what these things are for and who built them, and you cannot reproduce them? So that means that you're not that smart. You're falling. You're not like progressing.
That's why they don't really concentrate on it much. They give it a little bit because it's here. They can't like completely ignore it, right? So,
but they're just hiding. They all these archaeologists, circles. They're not there like to expose the truth. They're here to hide it. You have no idea how much thing they hide, and they erase, and they dig in secret, and it's terrible.
Yeah. When a construction site runs into something, when a landscaper rips a wall, rips open some dirt, and they find something, archaeologists jump in and they shut the place down. They don't care how much money's invested in there. They shut it down, and everybody leaves until they're finished. That's how that
Big
goes.
time. Yeah, here in Israel also, they are all powerful. The archaeological department here is all powerful. They can stop like constructions, buildings, the army. They can stop everybody. They have so much power because they're so fucking scared of what can be found in the ground. And here in Israel, there are lots of things. It's like Swiss cheese here. It's like whoa.
Yeah, you can't just go digging in your own backyard over here.
Yeah. I have a friend of mine. He knew somebody that wanted to dig in his house in the center of the city of Jerusalem. He had a house. He wanted to dig and make like some kind of basement. and he found like old tombs, from people, and he made a mistake to call the authority, to call the police. They came, they took him off the
They
house,
throw him
and
out
they
of his
just
own
closed.
house.
Yeah, you know what he did? He
Oh
brought at
man.
night. He brought like 2 trucks full of cement, and he just filled up the whole place with cement. And then they left him alone, and they just let
Yeah,
him come back.
if they would have found drugs, for sure they would have said it's from him.
Oh yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah, man, that's the last thing you want to do. If you find something, guys, you
Don't
find
talk.
something in your backyard, don't ever take it to a museum to get it looked
No,
at.
no, of course not.
Never show it to the authorities.
No, of course
Don't.
not. You're kidding me.
So anyway, guys, we're gonna continue with this a bit. What I mean to say that falsification is independent from whatever was this two-liners that he give all the time. Forget about it. We don't need a replacement. The replacement needs is the ballers, the globe earthers. That's why we are pointing it out. We don't need any replacement because we have the answers. That's why we have the evidence. We have the proof. The ones who need to replace is the globers, right?
I had same thing. It's like, wait, here's what falsifies the alleged curvature. Well, how do you explain this? It's like, it doesn't matter. It's like, it's every single point for the globe is like, well, then how would this work? How is this? It's like, it doesn't matter. Like, falsification is independent of replacement. I'm happy to speculate about it, but
again, there is no replacement. Flat Earth don't need any replacement. Stop saying that bullshit. Yeah. Keith, how are you, bro? Are you there? Keith Cameron Smith, aloha from Florida.
Who is that woman there? She looks like she's been rescued. Who's that woman there, Karen B? Who is she? Do you know her? She looks like she's been rescued from space too.
She runs the Flattoberfest and other festivals down south mostly, I think.
Money grab, yeah, just money grab. That's it.
She looks like she's been rescued from space too. Look at her. I thought it was the same woman. Gray hair. Karen B. I don't know who's these people. I don't even know them. Witsit, I know. Dave, but all these people, I don't know what they come from. I don't know.
Shout out to Angle of Elevation. Chris, brother, long time. Alrighty.
doesn't matter. So I don't know. That's clearly what's going on here. I don't think it isn't necessarily some crazy, sinister, malevolent like movie plot. It's really not. It's just that people didn't come to the.
It sounds like a movie plot, but it's not, but he's so excited, like, he's playing everybody there.
That's pretty funny.
Conclusion the same way. I think everyone should re-examine like the logical steps that get you to understanding that it's flat. So I still think it's a beneficial thing in the long run. So
I didn't come to this understanding based on a 24-hour sun in the outer rim of the flat Earth. And so even when I used to look at the Gleason map for the first time, the A map, I would look at the artistic work, everything. I'm thinking, I'm like, does that we can't go there? And then I started researching Antarctica. I was like, oh, we can go there, but it's a lot of hassle, it's a lot of trouble, and the average person doesn't have millions of dollars for a voyage to go there. And so
just so you guys know, the future face of prop flat earther is speaking right now, Mr. Sean Grifting.
clearly there's powers that be that don't want you going there anyway. So what can we figure out within what we can do, in our lives, right? Now, in the past week or so, I've actually reached out to travel companies to see if it is possible to chart a boat that could circumnavigate what's called Antarctica. And the response I got back was it would take 3 months to do so. No captain would do it. But if you could find one, it would be $2 million minimum. So
yeah, so I have some inside baseball on that, right? So there's only 3 companies that take people to Antarctica at all. Only 3 companies in the whole world. And
yeah, but I just don't want to go across the Drake Passage. I want to circumnavigate. Is there a captain that would do that?
Oh yeah, let's all the blind flat earthers sponsor this trip for our propped up flat earther who wants to prove the earth is flat.
And
So
they
that's what I'm
said it would
saying.
take 3 months.
So I brought this up. Because you're going to have to coordinate with one of the three companies because they're going to land somewhere in Antarctica. So then what you're bringing into it is the component of fuel. This is what I was told, right, by the girl that sets up all the stuff for ALE. So you'd have to kind of, I will give it to them. You'd have to kind of take the risk if you're going to go from a landmass in, say, South America or whatever, and then just start flying, because the plane can't do that full flight. I don't know. Actually, I don't know specifics of that. I'm assuming that the plane
a
would
ship.
have to refuel.
I want to charter a ship and go the coastline and map the coastline.
Oh, you mean circumnavigate it?
Yeah, that's what they said.
Like
it would take
continent-
3
like
months.
continent.
3 months
Yeah.
to sail.
The next Psyop that is gonna be absolutely. Cabu, how are you doing, bro? What's up? Hello, are you there? We don't hear you. You need to maybe join back again. We don't hear you. Alrighty.
Sail around and circumnavigate the landmass called Antarctica and cost about $2 million. And I'm sitting there going 11,000 kilometers. Why would it take 3 months?
3 months.
That's what they told me. Yeah.
You got to be stopping or something, right?
You
How
must
fast?
be just
How fast would that? What would your
no
what would your average
propellers, no
speed be on
sail.
that?
You're just floating.
I'm saying in their paradigm, for it to take that long, you would have to be like stopping or something. I don't get it.
Yeah. Not if you're chartering your own boat and you got provisions, you're ready to go. Like if I had
Yes.
$5 million to get a crew and a boat that's seaworthy in that regard. Like
So I misunderstood that whole thing. So I will say, I mean, if you don't coordinate with the companies, from my understanding, you have to go through the process yourself. So you have to go through all the permission process, and that alone is going to cost you upwards
Okay,
of $1
guys.
million.
You need so much permission, but these clowns in 1 week they were just, hey, who's gonna go to the picnic to Antarctica? Me, and they just got there.
So how do they figure that it's like 11,000 miles, like, to navigate the Antarctica? Where do they have that number from? 11,000 miles. I don't know. It's funny.
Should have taken like months to get done. So either they got it, FedEx right through all the customs and all the countries that have to see it. But I don't really know how that works. But that's what I heard, that it takes a really long time to get your paperwork going and done, and for you to get down there and do something like that.
If we do this, we have to do this without paperwork. Fuck them. We do it alone. We do it without nothing. And there is a way. I believe there is a way.
Make
Everything.
submarines.
Yeah, but what I mean,
with-
Sam, what I mean is that these people, like the amount of permits and things you need to go to these kind of places is mind blowing. And these people were just like, they didn't fucking
Yeah.
go anywhere, right? They might have been somewhere in somewhere that is ice. That's it. That's what they needed, and it could be anywhere.
If you have money, anything is almost possible. There's a possibility to go to Antarctica there, and without being, like seen by no military, no nothing. It's possible. It's a little bit of corruption, a little bit of technology, a little bit of money, and it's possible. It's possible. It's an operation. It's a mission. It's a few people, not like an entire crew, like not like 30 people, like 4 or 5 guys, like and like you said, using like underwater, submarines, and there are lots of private submarines we can use.
Do you think these people have the capacity to be in a submarine?
These people there, I don't know. No, I don't think they need to be in the submarine because.
Yeah. So you think they could have any other way of reaching Antarctica, right?
No, I'm not
Or
talking
you
about them. I'm
saying
talking about us, not
like
them.
us.
Like us doing that. We the truth artists making like expedition, their secret expedition,
I
and
would
go
lose
there.
my mind in a submarine. You wouldn't want me on a submarine. You'd kick me out.
Yeah, well, it depends. It depends.
You lock me in a
Submarines.
room.
Yeah, submarines don't have to go all the time underwater, you know. But anyways, it is very, you know, it will be like a mission impossible almost, because so what do you do there? So you arrive there and then you have like, you know, thousands of miles to cross in you know, on ice, and you know, how do you survive? How do you bring energy, food, and you know, it's a big it's big time.
You know, you got to think of what kind. If you know, a lot of times they show us this sheer 90-degree wall that's like hundreds of feet.
Yeah.
So, what do you do when you get there in a sub or a boat?
No, that you know,
Start climbing.
yeah, a nice wall, you know, can be climbed. You know, mountains can be climbed. They climb like to the Mount Everest. So you know, like a few hundred meters ice wall is maybe possible to climb it.
Yeah, but
I don't
they
believe
only
that I
bring
can do
like
it in my condition. Mm.
you got to think of the food and you know,
Yeah,
water.
that's that exactly.
You
That's the
got,
point. That's the whole point.
you know, that's why I
That's the
laughed
thing.
when Jaron was pulling that. What was it? 200 pounds on a sled. He was pulling it across straight land. It was level, and I was saying, throw 5 degrees on that. Let him pull it up a 5-degree hill and see how far he gets for how long.
Yeah.
All right.
You have you all we have to do is to hijack you know, an aircraft carrier.
Yeah, that'd be
Oh
nice.
shit. But you know, but at one point I believe it'll be possible. At one point all this is going to open up.
Well, you know, if the rumors are true and there's really white hats working in behind the scenes, then it could flip over. I don't know. I like to think like that. Do I think it's real? I'm not too sure.
I think every community has been infiltrated like these people. Every community, every conspiracy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know what? They're not that smart, you know, because okay, they have means, they have money, they have everything. It's but they're not, you know, they're not really having, you know, success in what they're doing. They're not very successful because here we are, we're still here, and you know, despite all their means and all their plans, you know,
Well,
don't
it's a
work.
lie, you know. So if you tell a lie, bro, you got to tell another lie to cover that lie, and then two lies to cover those lies,
But
and it just gets out of control, man.
it's always people
Like the
that are in
globe,
the
like the globe, right? Yeah. Go ahead,
You're
Sam.
right.
No, I was going to say that it's always the people that are in the system that make the system derail, like you know, like make it, you know, like fall. You know, in the Bible, you can see that God always asked Moses to make the miracles in front of Pharaoh and in front of his workers, his slaves, his like you know, his servants. So
Yeah.
what do you give a shit about the servants? You give a shit about Pharaoh, not about the servants. No, because if the servants turn on Pharaoh, you know, Pharaoh falls. You understand? So this is important to convince everybody that you know where their interest is, and if people in that system, you know, in front of us, realize that, they'll make that system fall. They'll make it fall. People from the inside can make it fall. Can make it like you know
That's the White
crash. And
Hats.
yeah,
That's
that's
us.
what I'm.
That's what we're
This
hoping
is
for, bro. You
and
know, we
this
got.
is why. That's why they need like dehumanized people, totally dehumanized fucking
Yeah.
robots that don't think, that
Heartless,
don't have no humanity, no.
mindless.
Exactly, because you know, on that, that's why they want to, you know, invest into artificial intelligence and robots, because robots don't think, they don't have like you know second thoughts. You understand? That's why they, you know, they always felt
Program.
like this. You know, Moses was like a king of the king of Egypt under Pharaoh. I don't know if you are being taught this, but he was at one point when he was young. He was the second in command in Egypt. In Egypt, so he became, you know, the second in command. He became the number two, the Pharaoh's deputy, and became God's deputy. You know, so it's a big story. It's a big deal. That guy didn't come out of nowhere. It's just like he was powerful in Egypt. So he turned on Pharaoh. You understand? This is how, you know, this is how what happens all the time. People turn on themselves. They turn like they turn on us. They turn also on them. Well, see what happens.
Yeah, we
But
continue with this.
Here it is. Here it is. We'll get the $5 million to do this trip. need everyone to go to bravetees.com and buy my tea. And then you guys we'll raise the money like that. Then I'll be able to buy this boat or charter this boat and go.
And then get
Well,
denied.
you guys
then-
know
yeah,
the
exactly.
story.
Yeah, get denied, but they got approved. Yeah, and $5 million. Yeah, it's not impossible. There are enough sleeping flat earthers for sure.
I'm sorry, Rick. Last thing. I'm sorry, Rick. I'll let you go. And that's it. What's it is that's what they also said is the what do they call it? The international. In addition to getting permission from your own country, the secondary permission you got to get, because it's not exactly the Antarctic Treaty because you're not going on the land, but you are going around the coastline, which is guarded by the military. So there's permission from your own country first, and then secondly, it's the International Association of Tour Operators in Antarctica or something like that.
Yeah.
So
yeah, there's a couple.
good luck getting approved for that kind of thing. I'm sorry, Rick. Go ahead.
So let me look at this real quick. I'm going to find this. So the Antarctic Treaty years ago, there was a guy named Harley Andhoy. He's the one I think that returned to Antarctica without authorization. And they were sailing. And if you guys remember the story where the part of the crew ended up dead and the guy barely made it out alive. Do you remember this story? I don't know. I can't remember all the details, but I actually talked to this guy early on in the flat earth thing. And I asked him, I said, were you there to check on flat earth? Were you actually researching this? And he abruptly ended the conversation, and that was it, and hung up the phone. So I don't know. I don't think you can just go down there and sail around it. I don't think you can just do that. I think the treaty goes off the ice far enough, or the land far enough, that you're not allowed to get in those waters and just go where you want to go. Not to mention, we're told about all these different bases, right? We're told about the southern bases off of South America. What other bases do we have, and where are they located? Like Dave was showing that map earlier where they were located. You don't hear about those as much. You don't hear about those locations because there's a lot more water between those two spaces to get there from the southern coast of Africa and also Australia. It's a lot further of a journey. So I think just logistically, for those purposes, there's a strategic system set up for off the southern tip of South America just because of the distance. So I don't think you can just go down there and do this. But I'm with you. If we can get it done, as long as my kids are grown and gone, I'm there. And Whitsett, you have to go with us, buddy.
I'm not in a rush to go back, so.
Oh yeah, stay with it for sure. We need another Psyop. We need another entertainment.
I would say of the three that I looked into, the most expensive.
Go ahead, Sam.
No, I was going to say that's funny that the guy mentioned all the authorization that we should have, and good luck with this, when we know that officially they went there. So how did they get them in the first place? Like, it seems like to say that it's impossible to get all these authorizations, but actually the TFE team did get them with no problem. So why does he mention that like it's something it's impossible or something? You understand? Something like a little weird there. I don't know.
Exactly. This shows that they never went to Antarctica, bro. This is what he's saying, because the amount of permits you need, right? It's mind blowing.
Of course.
That anybody even going out of US towards Antarctica needs to be filled a form.
And takes
right?
money
and
also.
There are many other permits, but right. And these people, as I said, were just going in, together as if they were going in anywhere to have fun, right? So it's so fake, guys. And then he's trying to point out how difficult it's gonna be for them to just go navigate. The permits you need, and these guys just got the permit because they had their godfather, right?
Exactly. That's to give the change.
Funny?
It's to give the chance to make you believe that they don't have any authorization. They have to pay like anybody else. They have no protection. They have no help. That's to keep that idea they're not like they were not helped to do this. So well, what can I tell you?
Yeah, Gene, what were you saying, bro? Go ahead.
No, that's funny that they're going through the hoops. You got to jump through to get this paperwork done, and meanwhile they just did it. It's funny.
Well, it's just to tell you that, of course they didn't get any help. That's what, just to tell you they like us, normal people. There's nothing behind them. There's no CIA, no organization, no nothing. They're just like us. They need authorization, and it's so hard. You understand? That's the way it is.
Way to get
I was
to
under the
the
impression.
most expensive one was the.
Go ahead, Gene. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was under the impression that you got to get it. If you want to go explore over there, you got to pay just to put the application in, and it's like, if I'm remembering right, it was like a couple $100,000 to put the application in. All the countries got to approve it. The list of requirements that you're allowed to do, what you could bring, what you got to do to get in and out of there, and do it. It's crazy. That's why nobody does it too. And if there's something wrong with the application, you got to do it over. Then that's $400,000 down the drain. So I don't really get it. What does it cost to climb Mount Everest? What kind of hoops you got to jump through?
At least 50 grand or something or more.
Oh, is it? That's a lot of money. Wow. So what does that
it
go
might
to?
reach 200,000, bro.
What?
It might go to 100,000.
Really? Fees and applications to climb Mount Everest?
Everything.
Wow, I didn't think it was like that. 50,000 I can understand, but pushing two, I guess, But look, I don't know. They it's not for our safety. There's 200 dead people up there that helicopters can't even reach. So it's not about safety.
Interesting.
Well, no, I will say I will fully disagree with this conclusion. I think it's completely illogical. It requires throwing out tons of physical evidence and just ignoring it. Someone said that the title of the stream is something like "Liars," "Flat Earth," or whatever. Yeah,
we're wrapping up at the top of the hour, so do it now. That's a good idea.
I mean, I'll try and do it. I'll try to be real concise here, right? But this is the thing,
Plenty
right?
Plenty of time.
Well, like I get what's going on. I get why people are triggered. Even myself, I'm perplexed. But like, dude, I was talking to Jaron in person, and I'll just tell you from my experience, like, he was just like genuinely going through it and trying to figure it out. That's what happened, right? I talked to him. We were with each other like the entire time. Very rarely, like, were we not around each other, and so we were actively talking about it. I strongly disagree with his conclusion. I think his conclusion's illogical, right? I think it's obviously a fallacy to even pitch it. But all that aside, I don't think that what's going to help with the situation is saying that he is compromised and stuff like that. Now, like,
right,
you can say that if you want. I'm just saying, like, I'll tell you from the inside, I don't think he is at all. Could he be? Sure. Would he be able to trick me? Would he tell me if he was? No, I get it. But I'm just saying I don't think he is. And I think he had a conclusion that he felt like he couldn't stand behind anymore. He couldn't say the thing he's been teaching everyone, that model, was true anymore. And that was his thing, So I'm just saying that what will make it worse is starting to attack him back. And that's just my opinion, because I can kind of put myself in his shoes a bit. And I know that, like, he's going to reciprocate the energy. So that's all I would say. I mean, I won't say too much. I believe more in, like, if you have a relationship with someone, talking to them in private. And so, like, I've talked to Jaron many times, and I don't think he's a liar. I don't think anything like that. I think it's weird. I think that what's happening is the kind of the drama and the battling back and forth has made him dig his heels in and go even harder. And it's just detrimental to everyone in that case, right? So it is what it is. Obviously, he's his own man, and he's doing what he's doing. But that's just my opinion for what everyone thinks. Everyone keeps begging me to talk about Jaron. It's like, well, no, I will say I will fully disagree with this conclusion. I think it's completely illogical. It requires throwing out tons of physical evidence and just ignoring it. It's fallacious, et cetera, et cetera. But, like, I have a relationship with Jaron. I know him. You know what I'm saying? And I don't think the route forward for either side, this goes for Jaron as well, obviously, is to like start attacking, calling people liars, whatever. I think it's weird. We have been attacked and slandered for years, right? And so that we actually are people that are trying to find the truth and trying to speak the truth, even though it's extremely detrimental.
Oh, really? Really? Trying to say the truth, really? If it was that like that, you guys wouldn't be in this position where you guys are today. And trying to defend Jaren is because it was your partner in crime, right?
Exactly.
And everybody else who's supporting that is gonna be automatically the same.
It's like they're denying everything which is, clear for us. It's just like they're taking us for fools. Like we're stupid, Oh, we believe that
All
he
right.
lied, but in fact, we're not. He didn't lie. He's all right. Those people are like, on drugs or something. I don't know. They fucked up. People
Many
that lie.
ways. And
go ahead, Sam.
Well, people that people that lie all the time, they end up believing their own lies. They don't even know where they're standing. They don't even know what truth is. So it's possible that they're like believing what he's saying. It's like they've been lying so much that they don't even know what where they stand. Like just like lying. He didn't lie. He's okay. He's a good guy. We didn't do nothing wrong. It's like delusional. It's like
Oh yeah, they made a good buck. Yeah. And yeah, just leave him alone. Let him be a Glover, right? Now focus on me, that I'm gonna be right, and the rest who are there.
Yeah, so they're trying desperately to hold on to their fake reputation they made of themselves. They need, like, they're losing. They see that they're losing control. They're trying to to save that. They're trying to like clean themselves up and make it look like nothing happens, and they're like good guys. It's terrible. They're dead for me. For me, they're dead. They're all dead. Like Flat Earth Dave and everything. He was a great guy at one time because he helped me understand. But he died tragically, not long ago. Just the same thing with these guys. They're all like fucking dead people for me, like phantoms. They're like empty people. It's over. Bye. Goodbye. Good try. That's it. It's
Oh yeah,
it's a war. It's a
before
war.
we
You cannot
continue,
be.
Sam. Yeah, this is the thing. One thing I wanted to mention about those permits, and right, I'm gonna read something. Yes, the Antarctica Treaty does allow people to visit, right, Antarctica, but only with a permit from a treaty party. Meaning tourists and researchers can visit as long as they follow the regulations set by the treaty and obtain necessary permits from their respective countries. Essentially, no one can freely visit Antarctica without proper authorization, right? Key points about visiting Antarctica under the Antarctic Treaty. Permits required. All visitors, including tourists and researchers, need a permit to visit Antarctica, which is issued by a country that has signed the Antarctic Treaty, right? A regulated tourism. Tourism in Antarctica is strictly regulated by Antarctic Treaty and managed by international Association of Antarctica Tour Operators, AATO. Specific focus. The primary purpose of Antarctic Treaty is to protect the continent for scientific research, so most visits are focused on scientific activities, right? One moment. So, to get a permit to travel to Antarctica from the US, you need to submit an advance notification form. Code is DS4131 to the US Department of State Office of Ocean and Polar Affairs, notifying them of your intended travel to Antarctica. Intended travel to Antarctic treaty areas at least 3 months prior to your trip. So everybody who's going to be on a trip has to be reported 3 months before the trip. And this form, everybody from the US need to fill that form and notify the government about the visit to Antarctica.
How about the fees?
Screw the fees, bro. Only that paper to get that notification and would take months. And these people were like 3 days or 4 days before, I drop. You can see the fakery. And there he's telling the other guy, no, the amount of this you need. And these guys were just getting these things out of their pocket.
So either they never went there and they of course they couldn't get all this authorization, or they, let's play stupid, or they went there and somebody helped them, someone that has enough power, to break the rules
Dude,
of
no matter
international.
how much power you have, you need to do the legal requisites for some things, right? You have to at least let them know that you are a US citizen who's going to a restricted area. Maybe forget about the UK and other countries, but US definitely they want to make sure, right? The control they have, even for people to go to different freaking places, right? How they're
Yeah,
going to just let a bunch of clowns to just go off in restricted areas.
well, if they are part of a CIA operation, they can, that's one of the possibility. If they're parts of some kind of national security mission or some shit, there are it's possible.
Oh
That's
yeah,
just like a
or
phone
could
call
be,
away, and that's it's over. One phone call
or
away,
could
it's
be in
over.
an Amazon studio, or could be in Arctic, could be in
Yes, exactly,
Sweden, could be in Denmark. Yeah,
exactly. Because they don't have to go to Antarctica to fake it. They can fake it
exactly.
from
It's
anywhere.
cheaper.
Why go
It's
there?
cheaper. Exactly, it's
And
cheaper to
faster,
make it in a
and
studio. Yeah,
of course, kidding. Oh man, that thing is fake from start to finish. It's like so fake. It's like wow, it's disgusting. Makes you want to puke. It's like wow, unbelievable.
That didn't change. That didn't change when we got back from Antarctica. And so that's kind of maybe the most disheartening part of it for me is like I don't know. What it's like to be on this side and to go through it. Our real motivations. Like what you have to give up kind of to do this. So there's I don't know if he's actually going to be watching this before he goes live, but I would just say I think everyone should kind of chill out in terms of the accusations of lying and all out war. And that's why I've stepped away because I'm just not going to.
yeah. Just chill out and just take for face value all the bullshit these people feed you, and keep throwing the money at them. Keep doing that. This is what they want, right, Austin? Don't question. Don't dig
So they're
it.
trying.
Don't skin it up.
They're
Go
trying
ahead,
to
sir.
normalize
Just saying that.
themselves. They're trying to normalize themselves. Like they're like nothing happens. They're normal. We still one of you guys. We still like belong to you guys. And that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to to go for more.
Exactly.
Motherfuckers.
Exactly.
I think it's stupid. I think something as beautiful as the truth of this realm is way too special, right? To be tainted with all of this bad, low vibrational like hatred and
Oh yeah. This is all low vibrational
Oh
hatred because the people are
man.
calling of you for the bullshit. Right?
What a fucking bunch of fucking gay boys. Why? What the fuck is that?
Low vibration.
Oh man, low vibration. I give you some low vibration. You
That to
piece of
me
shit.
sounds like the plane.
Yeah, come on, guys. Just keep it cool. Just keep the money flowing, right? And the likes
Yeah.
and the shares and the right.
Oh man.
I've been
Fucking
listening. This is amazing.
What's up, Israel? How you doing, bro?
Hey, it's great to see you guys. Sorry it's been a while. I've just been working on my book about all this stuff. And yeah, so far, as far as anybody who's willing to talk about the TFE confusion, which thank God you guys have one more episode of this actually, because I think my goal in attending this and collaborating with you guys is like, no, I want to sit here and write down every little point, and then I want to contextualize the links, and then post one big thing into my Substack, because I keep getting frequently asked questions about this topic, so that like, hey, yeah, people want to know this stuff is fake, right? Like I've seen your proofs, I've seen it. It's like right now it's all scattered. I'm trying to see like what's the best way. Do you think, does everybody here? Also, the third one down, hi Gene, hi Vikka. I don't know the new guy, man. Who's the new guy? Sam. I mean, I'm sure you're not the new guy, but hi, I'm Ira, man. Nice to meet you, Sam.
nice to meet you. I'm new. I'm a newcomer here, like just for like a year and a half. That's it. A year and a half, 2 years.
Yeah.
So,
New to me. I mean, I meant to more Sam's politely great. say. You're gonna love him. Fuck yeah. Yeah, I've been listening for the past hour or so. This is awesome. So, hey guys. Well, anyways, go on. I didn't want to interrupt, but this TFE stuff is psychotic. I can't believe this. I can't believe these people are still doing this, as if we're not going to contextualize all of this stuff and then just shut these assholes down. Like, dude, this Jeranism's like clickbait lately. It's like, man, like you went to Antarctica and you substituted your own pairs of eyes in place of everybody else in the world who can't afford to go, because we're all paying to live because of these space agencies that are, I don't know, charging us money to live or whatever. They fleeced our grandparents with a bunch of televisions without rewind buttons, so they couldn't look at the nukes and the moon landing a little closer. And so, yeah, everybody's paying to live, and then they can afford to go, so they're going to be our eyes for us. And then they didn't even go. I think they just, I saw Vikka. I saw that video where, I'd like to hear you guys talk about this a little bit, but like, there's a video, Vikka, you put up about Austin's 360 camera and the creases in the sky going on. And then after you exposed it, we saw Austin's YouTube channel freaking edit the creases out. And then you posted something about, like, in the same video with some nerdy tech guy showing you how you can edit your own YouTube videos without affecting the original post. It's like, this is like they're running away from like the simple fact that you're just like showing people what's going on. And you're absolutely right. They're performing an intellectual dishonesty by ignoring the Antikythera mechanism. I think they're treating it as some type of MacGuffin. Like, maybe they're secretly after it. I don't know. But like, to just ignore that you guys have done as much as you've done to fully philosophically unpack the simple fact that this Antikythera mechanism is the measurement. It is the true model. And, what are they? They're just running around discouraging people from watching films. And I know what that feels like. I'm shadow banned and shadow banned like crazy. But Sam, you should take a look at my film. I know the other guys have maybe taken a look at it, but I made a film on this topic called Vanishing Point. I prepared my Sharpie ahead of time. But it's Vanishing Point is my film that's like kind of an art film about flat Earth. It pulls people out of the weeds of because I think a lot of people are just confused. They can't search anything. They can't find truth, and then we're sitting here screaming it from the rooftops and getting censored for it. So, anyways, If you have a link, put it up, bro. Oh sure, yeah. I was just hovering it in front of the camera for the moment, but yeah, I'll figure out a way to finesse that link.
Oh,
yeah,
great,
man.
Well said, Ira. Well said, bro. Glad to hear that, brother. Like, there are people who understand that and sees that. That's enough, right? That's amazing, right? Oh yeah, these people want to think that everybody in the flat Earth community is just so blind that they're not gonna see. They're just doing it too obvious, dude. Same like NASA, it's just too obvious the fakery,
Yeah,
right?
like
It's not that people are just trying to take out bullshit on them. No, they are what they're representing to us.
yeah, it's tragic, like actually, and I mean that's just it. Is like they've completely like went on and like let's do our own moon landing 2.0 with this, and it's like, you know, and we would, you know, you would think like, oh man, it's crazy that these guys would even do this, you know, and then, you know, of course they would. It's like, I mean, someone's going to take money to do this, but it's like we don't know really what ideology they truly follow. Like, what altars are you kneeling before? That's the question.
Exactly, that's an ideology. It cannot be, you know, it cannot it cannot be like fear or money or for fame. It has to be like stronger than that. It's that there is an ideology behind all this. You know, even though there are some people that are joining for money or for whatever other reasons, but there is an ideology. Of course, we know. Of course.
I think,
Of course
yeah,
there is.
and I think it'd be useful in some case. We find all the pinpoints of where they faked all this stuff, and we just put it together in a list. That way, anyone alive can just look at this list we put together, because I think people just want this to be neatly organized. You know, it's like we're sitting here. I mean, we can philosophize on these chats, but the application, I think, is when does the pen hit the paper? Like we can't afford to continue living in, you know, passive aggressive weak men rule everything from Greenland or the North Pole or whatever, while this passive aggressive totalitarianism forces us all to pay money to live, just because 99% of people actually think they're on a whirling ball, or they operate as if that's the case, even if they don't believe it, right? Yeah, And they think this is just natural progression, and this is, you know, this is the way it should be going.
Yeah,
they don't see anything wrong with what's going on around them.
Right. So we are awakening. You know, before to go to war, you need, you know, to gather intelligence on the enemy. You have to know, you know, a little bit more about, you know, who you fighting. So now we discovering that, you know, we've been lied to. We're awakening, and we're trying to, you know, analyze these people and who they are and who is paying for all this and who's behind all this. So it's a big deal. It's a big deal. It takes time. It takes a little time, but we're getting there. We're getting there.
Yeah, and it just seems like what, you know, like Jared's been an op the whole time, man. Like I was reading on Eric DeBay's like IFERS thing like a long time ago. Hey, watch out for this guy. And you know, I noticed I noticed even back when he was still like, oh, you know, I'm hosting debates about this, and, you know, just being the friendly guy. It's like you're still putting out this trash that no one authentically would click on something like. He had something called the Baby Truther Show. It's like, no one wants to be that. No one wants to be like, I'm just trying. Nobody wants to be in this position, and nobody wants to be like ridiculed as such upon entry. It's like it's like almost like the presentation of his content sometimes reads off as a humiliation ritual. It's like, I wonder where he learned that from. You know, so
bro, and being in two hit pieces, get the fuck out of here, dude. And
yeah,
FE Nation is saying we should not talk bad about other people, just what the discussion is about. Thanks, dude. It's not about talking bad about people. It's
No.
talking about people, what they're fucking showing us. I'm not saying that word.
I'm exposing this guy's basically one of the criminals. I don't care. Like, you know, oh, let's peace and love. Yeah, that's toxic at a certain point, because yeah, we're just letting these people fleece us. And he substituted his eyes in place of millions of people who care about this, whether they're like even some people on the globe side, man. Like, you know, some of the smartest people I know actually do think the world's a globe. And that's really funny, because I'm like, well, all right, whatever. Enjoy your PhD or whatever. But like, we know it's not. And we know why it's not. And we have films to unpack why it's not. Mine's a little weirder than y'all's. Y'all's is like really direct and just like hard hitting. You know, I show people this stuff all the time here in the Twin Cities. But it's that
hey, we're just trying to get people to examine the argument whatsoever. I've noticed even here locally, when I ask people about this kind of stuff, like the apprehension, there's less apprehension to approach the information, but I can foresee already the straw man arguments that are going to come when Amazon or Netflix releases their documentary about this Antarctica stunt. So that's kind of why I'm here, is just be like, we should probably consider putting down a list just to go ahead and get ahead of the curve, because their next move is to release the next like bullshit documentary about what they're doing.
So we should probably think about having a rebuttal documentary for it, actually.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Today somebody was asking me about on the TikTok live, like, when is your next documentary? I said, let's wait for what these people spew out about the TFE, and then we're gonna, right?
Yeah,
and this is the thing, we have kind of documented in our last 10, 15 podcasts in detail, right? We can always pick apart and put it together, right?
Yeah,
So
I guess
a lot of people. Go ahead.
Sorry, thank you. I guess the real magic would occur is if if we were able to find timestamps in episodes. You know what I mean? Like find the episodes, find the timestamps. So like Gene and Vikka, and I guess Keith was here earlier. I mean, you guys know. I mean, I'm sure you know it as well, Sam. That like the real magic is coming through, like trying to contextualize the hardest hitting points. And I mean, I'd love to collaborate with you guys if because I'm also like at that point of hiatus about like writing my next film. Like I want to write stuff and that deal with metaphysics and all sorts of crazy stuff. Kind of along the lines of what like Psychedelic is onto. Him and that guy. I don't know if you guys have followed my friend Taylor Price, but we should. You know Taylor.
Follow him too. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a cool guy. Yeah. But it's like, I think that it wouldn't hurt to even create something that's just like in less than 15 minutes and really well edited and just gets to the point. Like I'd be willing to help any way I can. So, we could talk about that sometime if you ever want to.
Oh yeah, for sure, bro. For sure. Even today, as I said, even on TikTok, somebody was offering for sound, audio mastering and anything. Because they have seen my work and they were offering. That's great, but we need people who are collaborative, because both of the production of Flatten the Curve and the Mechanical Realm was done because of collaboration.
Yeah, right. And that's huge. I did my editing films like really just totally solo. I used a cheap mouse and a crappy laptop because I wanted to. The reason I did that was so that people couldn't accuse me of using CGI myself. So I openly advertised in one of my philosophy films, like I'm using a cheap mouse that's wireless, and I'm using a beat up laptop that's a MacBook Pro from like 2014 or something. It works, but it was terrifying because I would much rather use like a professional desktop. But my reason for using the laptop is just to show, I'm like, no, I could not use CGI to manipulate this rocket footage hitting the ceiling of the Earth like twice. And
absolutely, but this is the thing, right? These people are backed by big production companies, and they're selling us hit pieces, right? And we are trying to get on the real messages without zero resources.
Very little resources. That's right. That's correct. And that's the magic of what our side of this whole argument is that, dude, we don't need you guys like NASA has a budget of 70 million a day. Who knows what these, some of these shills have? Like, what altars do you kneel before, Jaren? Like, it's terrifying because he, like, it's, some people could say, oh, you got to be like philosophical and open minded. It's like, yeah, I'd love to talk to that guy, but like, how long before I get kicked out? About 15 seconds? I don't think that like, it's not that what I'm saying isn't very nice. It's like, no, I think that like, I think stealing vision is not very nice. I think that this form of deception with Will Duffy is gross and
horrendous, bro. Right?
And the other thing is, like, I mentioned to a couple of guys, they've been on your podcast and they've said this and that before, and I'd like to see where you're at. But like, I spoke with one of the guys in this video you're replaying here. You know, I spoke with a couple of guys, and you know, I really like Joe Hanvey. But I asked him, like, hey, how do you know they went to Antarctica? Like, there's some people in the flat Earth who think they really still went to Antarctica, despite the expositions you've provided. It's like they're not really listening to some of the stuff we're finding because they might not have the similar value system for what the implications are. Like, I'm willing to stare into the darkness, and some people aren't willing to accept that somebody right in front of them could be deceiving them, I guess, you know. But like, his argument was that the 360-degree camera has creases on it by its design. I was like, okay, well then we could just put one in my kitchen, and then like we would see the same creases you saw in Witset's sky, like, I don't know, on my wall. So like, if that's true, and I never got a response for that, and I'm not really expecting one.
Oh yeah, this is the thing, Ira. They wanted to believe that was a 360, 180 stitch. All right, if that stitch starts from one place and goes all the way to the other side, we might believe it's a part of the 3D stitching. But the problem is that line goes and takes a 90-degree turn at an angle, right?
Yeah.
That's the problem.
That's what I saw. It's like, it looks like the edge of the studio.
Or the screen, or it's just the screen to show those Mount Ross, because that's the landmark. That's what they have to show the real. The rest could be just anything else.
That's so messed up, dude.
Yes, and that's the whole point. The thing is that, you know, if they did not success into, you know, proving that there is like a circling sun in Antarctica, they did success into you know, dividing the flat Earth community. This is where their success is, because I believe the point was not to prove anything. They cannot prove anything, but to divide the community and to try to implode it.
Yeah.
So again, that they succeed into doing this through this fake shit of theirs.
They've proven over and over that the video doesn't have to be really high quality to convince a lot of people.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's
a plan. That's a plan. But even that, they didn't really succeed into it, because it's just going to make us stronger and better, and it's going to just get rid of them. That's why they're like gathering together, trying to save whatever there's left for them to save. And we can see that they're fucked up big times anyways in everything they tried. So now what they're going to do next, we don't know.
Oh yeah, for me it was the perfect thing to happen, the TFE, because it freaking allowed me to speak and show the bullshit that's been happening from a very long time. So
yeah, it exposed them, but it also exposed us, because now there's a new generation of flat earthers, true flat earthers, that is coming up. Much tougher, much better than the old one that was actually fake somehow. So the thing is that it's good. It's very good. I'm very happy that it happened. Please,
dude.
Give us more.
It's insanity.
Yeah, it is. It is insane. It's insane.
Like, yeah, it's unfathomable. And yeah, I mean, that's just kind of like I'm just trying to describe the missing puzzle piece to help people, kind of put it together. And yeah, I think that like this matters. There's so many people who are being divided off this, and there's some people who think like all sorts of new theories, because like I feel like some people, as far as a civilian level, they might be addicted to the breakthrough, like the breakthrough you feel when you're questioning the shape of the Earth, and to the point where you're just like, oh my God, it's not a globe. Like, some people want that sensation again, and so these breakthroughs can come forth in all sorts of, just like, people just start like creating things, or they just fall for some controlled opposition trash. And I think that like it would be really nice to just like have something to like just ready on a piece of paper for every time I already know this year I'm gonna hear it 1,000 times. Oh yeah, did you see a new Netflix documentary where the 24-hour sun in Antarctica? I'm like, I'm just gonna hand him a piece of paper with all the like just it could go to my Substack, whatever, but it'll just be a list of all the stuff you guys have found about this, and or we just make a 15-minute video that just completely unpacks this and just edits it together, stitches it together proper.
No, we can fight a documentary with another documentary.
Yeah,
very simple.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It's like, and I think people do care about the presentation of things. Like there's so many people I've heard like they'll we'll test this out, like, and it's a difference of search engines. You use Google and type in, like, let's say Vikka Draziv's Flatten the Curve or Mechanical Realm, and it's just buried under trash, obviously. And same thing with like Tartaria or whatever. Same thing with like Eric Dubé's books or whatever. And then we use Yandex, which is like a search engine that's not totally ruined and compromised. And then it comes up. It's like, but people don't know. People are just like treating Google as like God 2.0. So, people's advent of truth is moving and filtered through that medium, which is causing people so much distress. I think when I ask people, even my friends out there who still are stuck on the globe a little bit, they're like, yeah, it's actually kind of impossible to search anything anymore. Like almost anything. They've engulfed us with truth.
Yeah, they bury it or they just scrub it right out.
Yes.
Just
like YouTube.
I've crossed that road a few times where it's like I can't find that anymore.
Yeah, that's true. AI.
Yeah.
It's a demand.
Hey, what's
for
up,
us to archive.
RG, how you doing, bro?
Yeah, hey Vikka, what's up, man? What's up to the panel?
What's up, RG?
Good to see y'all, man. How you doing?
What's up,
Sorry, I wanted to listen in a good while to try to come in and back you guys up with whatever your subject you're on. And I think one of the best ideas I've kind of come up with just listening this episode anyway is to come up with our a separate database that can be AI operated, maybe something to where we can go to all of our original creators, even the people that have passed, ask for permission to put on, they might have like a 3-hour kind of show, but then talk about 10 different things. So we need some kind of intellectual that can just go in and really come up with all these truths, or separate categories of truths, and from different people, and have just subcategories, that fall under what was spoke about, and try to organize something big like that from the beginning of Flat Earth, right? This new iteration to now, and then really have that truth, because I mean that's what really hit us all in the beginning, right? Was the original truths that set us back and took our ego from us. Like that kind of thing is needed again, if you ask me, and it'd be nice to have some kind of system to go along with that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that kind of goes into like what I learned in making hardcore music and stuff is like everybody found out about new records all these years. Like I've played drums or done vocals on close to 20 records, and I can just tell you from experience, like anytime a record came out, you would send it into a zine, whatever, but it was always like paper zines. So it's almost like we just need to consider like, okay, the average sheet of paper, how much is that on cardstock? Can we fold it? Yeah, whatever. We just got to kind of make like a DIY zine on our own that just like puts this kind of stuff into context and gives people the resources to manually look at our stuff. Like most of my traffic of people who check my stuff out have been handed a piece of a flyer or a piece of paper So it's like, you know, we have to move beyond the dependency of the algorithm, because it's very clear we're nailing the same hammer with the same nail into the same board, with like hoping that our channels will explode or whatever, because we know we found something. And you know, I think it wouldn't hurt to just like, you know, I wouldn't mind taking some of my time to organize something
Yeah, I
like
would
that
get
later.
time too.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
and then just we would just distribute the PDFs to each other, and just make sure to move them around to people who are curious. You know, people who are asking the right questions. I think if people aren't open, I mean, I wouldn't just go shove it into anybody's face, but I'd just basically like, you know, I think that based on what I've seen, you know, that's kind of the most helpful thing I can think of.
Yeah,
Put it
and
in
plus, you know, just to bounce off that just a little bit, you know how, you know, like we see the pushback from the biggest platforms, right? Like kind of like YouTube, the ones that have been around the longest, Google, stuff like that. How they put these discouraging little, you know, fucked up mind game messages about the, you know, flat Earth being archaic and whatever. It's dude, what archaic, right? Like we're gonna beat somebody over the head when drag them in our house and make them believe flat Earth. Like, come on, guys.
Yeah,
You know,
like
but it's stuff
people
like
are
that they play
baboons.
games, and it's not cool, right? It's not cool games anymore. But anyway, go ahead.
What can they what can they do? What can they do? What can they do, these people, to stop us? You know, besides, you know,
Nothing.
like lying, making fun. You know, next stage is going to be like, you know, to, you know, demonize us and to make us look like criminals or dangerous people for
That's the
society.
thing. They're gonna like outlaw it or something crazy, you know.
That's why, like you know, James said, you know, we I believe the idea is to, you know, again, you know, that's my I always push for that that idea. We have to get organized. At one point, we're gonna have to get organized, not just to defend ourselves, but also like to, you know, to protect our, you know, all that knowledge, and to you know, attack and just, you know, retrieve everything that's been stolen from us. At one point, we're gonna have to fight these people sooner or later. But it's better to be sooner than later.
Yeah,
that's all.
Yeah, and even if the fight is just something that's just like jovial, and even if it's over a freaking round table and it just rounds up in like, you know, yeah, there is something to it. And I mean, yeah, that's the thing, that like, we're all economically enslaved, and the trickiest part of this whole thing is for us to figure out, okay, how can we get our bases covered? And it's like, well, you can get your bases covered by living in a cave, apparently, because you know, every single piece of land has been locked up. Like, that's the thing, that a lot of people who will watch my film and then talk to me about it after, they quickly like put it all together. It's like the dominoes are falling, dude. Like, I get it. We're freaking enslaved, aren't we? It's like, yeah, like please stop putting energy into their system. But like, also just tell your friends. This is what kind of all I've been telling people. Is like, you know, watch my film. I made it for free. Vikka puts his films out for free. You know, Sean Hibbler has some good films. Like, whatever. There's resources out there. And just, you know, like I know people ask questions, but like we can tell. And like I kind of operate on a line of thinking that views people in the sense of their auras or their chakra levels. And if somebody's operating on the bottom 3 chakras, like out of the let's say the 7 or whatever, at least the bottom 2, it's like there's not much we can do to help them. Like, some of their questions, if you answer their questions, they're just going to reject even observing the answer, because
that goes right past them, bro.
But
Right
but
through
the
them.
and those people, they need a form of divine intervention before their questions can get answered. But the people in the middle, I encounter people like that all the time. Like people who are, you know, in the blue and the green, you know, heart chakra, that kind of heart to throat. Those people who are just like on a homeostasis of that, and they got their traps set, you know, they're not struggling too much. Like, those people have, when their questions get answered, they just literally like go tell their friends, and it's kind of amazing. So I'm just trying to like activate people in a way and give them something of substance that's a physical rewarding thing. And I'm an artist and stuff, so I've put together cool zines before and stuff too, talking about music and stuff and philosophy in general. But if we just have a philosophy zine type thing that just kind of in the back of it's just like a hopeful list of all these films that we put so much work into, and we just kind of list out our most magnificent works instead of like, you know, here's my 2-minute TikTok video, right? Like, you know, people want
This
to
is the
consume.
thing, right?
Yeah.
Iran, this is
Yeah.
the thing. This is what I saw, right? It's very easy to get buried, like in so much things happening, right?
Yeah.
When I made Flatten the Curve, also that was the reason that all these people were telling their stories online, but nobody was listening to them. These so-called representative of flat earthers were also not listening to them because they were in their protagonist mode of celebrities, right? That's how
Yeah.
they were living before, all these guys.
Mhm.
Most of them, the so-called as celebrities, right? Even to have a freaking talk, have a dinner with paying, you know, this is what they were
Yes.
living before, right?
Yeah.
And on the real truthers who could change this world and this truth were there on Facebook, Instagram, telling their stories in the comments, right? And
Yeah.
nobody cares a shit. So
Right.
that's the reason I just got them together and made the documentary so that
Yeah.
it stands out. As you say,
Yeah,
it's gonna it's for time, it's for forever, those documentaries, right?
True. Yeah, absolutely. And even
I could
even
tell the
making
difference.
physical copies of this would help too. Like just making burnt DVD-Rs of it. People could use a solid physical media of this. I just don't, you know, I don't really know what to do about that. But that's just another idea. It's just, you know, these things.
That's
That's
a
very
cool
true.
idea too, bro.
Like physical
Have it-
media needs to come back in this, especially in the case of the advent of censorship. But sorry to interrupt you, RC. I didn't mean to.
I was going to ask you, could you tell me, I'm not familiar with you. Could you tell me
Yeah.
the name of the
Yeah.
film you're speaking of?
Funny.
I just wanted to
Here's
tell you
my
something
film.
after.
Can you see my screen? I put it in
A
the
little bit.
comments earlier. It's called my film is called Vanishing Point, and it's proxyearth.substack.com. I'll link it in the thing below, but it's at the very top of my Substack. I read a lot of philosophy articles on this topic, and Vanishing Point's just my magnum opus to, you know, I tell people when people who don't know it's a flat earth movie, I just tell them it's about chess and rockets, which is true, but I'm kind of tricking them into watching the film because they won't watch a flat earth movie and then they get through
Let
mine,
them
but like
figure it out, right?
and then they get to the end of it like, holy fuck, I just watched a flat earth movie. I'm like, yeah, you did. You know, I'm just like, I don't know if NASA's gonna deceive everybody. I don't know. I'm not trying to deceive you in a harmful way, but please just watch our shit. Like, what the fuck?
You just left out a little bit of the truth, is all you did, man.
Like, that's what's being done to us. Like, I'm controlled up. Like, dude.
Guys,
Oh,
I'm gonna play
no.
this. Yeah, I'm gonna play this a little bit. And
Toxicity and stuff like that. It's all very lame. So that's my take. Hopefully it kind of cools some people off, but you know.
And I just
Yeah,
want to
still got
clarify.
love for-
You said chill out, not shill out, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I still
I
got
don't know.
love for
Austin's
Jaren,
wearing
still got
yellow,
love
and if
for
you look at
Robbie.
Gematria in Babylonian,
Oh.
and then you look at
Oh,
I think we all have to
Wes's
really-
shirt is red and yours is yellow, and red
Oh.
and yellow make orange. Illuminati confirmed.
And I got
guys
black and
are-
white on, so I must be a Freemason. There you go.
Hey, can I say something real quick? Because we've spent a lot of time talking about like biblical cosmology and stuff like that. And I mean, obviously, I teach that as well. But, you know, you could even, for the sake of this argument, throw this out for a second, right? And you could go to what the Hindus thought. What did they think? Was it a ball spinning in space? And no, they did not. No, how about the Poetic Edda? What did they say? What did those Norse, those master sailors, what did they say? Flat, stationary, it's domed. How about the American Indians? How about the Cheyenne? How about the Hopi? How about the Ojibwe? How about the Cherokee? What did they say? Gave almost the exact descriptions that we have of what we can actually measure. How about the Aztecs? Right? How about the Aztecs here? What did they say? Same thing. Gave
Yeah, you know-
almost the exact descriptions. One more, of course, the Egyptians. So when you say, like, a lot of people say biblical cosmology, it's like, okay, cool, but you know how many other cultures absolutely said the exact same thing? No one gave us a ball. No one gave us space. Nobody. The only body that gave us this was a bunch of, well, Satanists, right? So,
Marty, yeah, the
Marty,
Aztecs.
Sean,
good one.
Marty, Sean, somebody, one of you guys, can you guys answer this real quick? Because there's been a debate on what the word firmament actually means. Karen, you and I had this conversation earlier today. when the Bible says firmament, and people say, well, and I heard Will Duffy say it's the expanse. Okay, well, is that really what it means, or is it the action of what he did with the firmament that it is the expanse? Go ahead.
Yeah, Rick, what they're doing with that word expanse, it comes from the Greek word stereoma, and they're taking it into a modern English connotation, meaning something that's expansive, as in empty space. But the technical definition in the Greek for stereoma is a solid structure. There is no question about the definition from scholars and from lexicons. It's only a modern interpretation of that definition in an English mind.
Well,
and even a lot of
the
modern
Hebrew root word is also a solid structure.
Yeah,
is. And even a lot of modern English dictionaries will define expanse as a continuous surface.
Yeah.
Right. But like Brown's Driver Briggs, the Strong's Concordance, all these say that it was conceived as a solid dome, a hemispherical supporting waters above it. Right. Genesis 7 says it has windows in it. Isaiah and Revelation say it'll roll open like a scroll. We're talking about something physical for sure.
And what was it? The Encyclopedia Americana, 1959, I believe, was it, that said that the firmament is a dome?
A lot of sources
saying that.
Don't call, what's that?
I recall.
Not a dome,
well,
but a
when I read, it says it's hammered out flat like a looking glass. Like, to me, it describes it as a flat surface.
Yeah,
that's what I read.
Yeah, there's two descriptions, Karen. So in Exodus 24:10, when it talks about how they saw the God of Israel, and under his feet was a firmament or a heaven piece, clear as the heaven. So it's describing both in Ezekiel 1 and in Exodus 24.
Anyway, yeah, a bit of truth here and there, mixed up with bullshit.
Yeah.
But yeah, listen to us, right? We are there.
Yeah, they're like, we'll do the revolution for you. Oh, fuck. These guys are douchebags. What the fuck?
I've started seeing a few things fall off the rails when, I could just tell little things when about shit. I want to say right before COVID and stuff, when people were trying to get their stuff monetized, as flat earthers. And, yeah, I seen hostility at the fact that there wasn't enough money in it, that it was just, they can't support their family. And if, the only way they're going to be able to stay on and be our heroes is if we, invest in them and what they do. Right. And I could see then a couple of the top kind of speakers that were good at, things, which was great. I was happy for them. I wasn't in no way like unhappy. But then I started noticing when a couple other people were, really starting to put that in the air that there's not enough money in flat earth, that they probably aren't going to be able to stay in it much longer, and they got people kind of roped in like that. And I don't know if y'all agree with me or not, but I did see that when people were starting to get monetized, that's when they were starting to look at other options, that weren't flat earth, let's say, savvy. Yeah, they were. Yeah. But yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's also like there is a way to go about like getting funding, and it's like just sell a good product with whatever. Like if you want to put your logo on a freaking coffee cup, people will buy it, but like that's enough, man.
Yeah.
Like it's okay to make money, but it's not okay to like insist and guilt trip your audience. It's not
exactly get greedy and just like asking for more and more, and like and being like with, how do you say, shamelessness of asking money. Every word, every 2 words is freaking asking for money. And there are people who are doing that. Yeah, it's not a. It's the super chat, maybe other thing, right? That people wanna, but they just create like, crypto, VIP groups, dinner with these people. What the fuck is that?
Yeah, man. What is it that I remember hearing? It was like $50 to have dinner with Jaron and Austin. I was like, what the fuck? What is that?
No, bro, that was like 200 and something.
No,
it was
I
expensive.
think it's more than that.
Oh my god!
I'd pay that just to go and like make some jokes right in their face and get kicked out. I guess like be like, hey, dude, you had your chance to be like a really cool guy, and you I don't know. What do they do? Put acid in your coffee on the way to fake Antarctica? Like, we don't know. like, do you, like, it's at this point, it's like, do you really think you went there? Like,
well, it's kind of crazy. It's also crazy that you could think of so many reasons why you wouldn't want to go about doing it the way they did it, like, you know, with who they were doing it with and where the money could have been possibly coming from. He was already crooked, you know. So, like, I'm looking at this like, I know there's been more than 10 people, 10 or 20 people that were mentioning to these guys, hey, look, let us try to bankroll you after the new year. Like, let's get through the new year. Let's not rush it. You know, if we're going to do it as a group, like as a community, and that's like the main message, you know, hey, come support us and we'll bring you all the right stuff, right? Like,
yeah.
I'm not going to say too much bad because I don't have bad feelings toward them, but what I do have is a misplaced trust, because bro, when you back people and you fill people's wallets up and help their family and feed their kids, and like you can't get hardly 2 minutes with them or whatever, like,
yeah,
I don't expect, but when I started seeing that kind of action toward me, bro, and I'm like the one person that has the time to, you know, go to these places and do these things, like I don't have a job, like I'm disabled, so it's like, bro, I'm an artist as well, so I want to put my, you know, I don't want to be seen, but I want to be able to put my money towards something that's gonna make a change, a big change, right? A big change. And these people promised that, almost like, it was almost like, hey man, this is where your money's going toward the future of flat Earth. And yeah, okay, man, yeah, you got me.
Yeah,
you know, you got me. But
right.
That's why I
And
stopped funding a lot of people.
Yeah, these people were in hit pieces. They grifted so much money from the community in these 9-10 years. They couldn't make their own fucking documentary. Yeah, they cannot.
Well, I mean, Austin appeared in the Third Level movie for a minute. I mean, he wasn't like a main character in it or anything, but he was in there for a minute showing stuff about electrostatic levitation, which, by the way, is like something everyone needs to start, like, you know, everyone in the truth community needs to start contending with, which is really useful because, you know, everybody needs a government to pave their roads, but if you can levitate, you don't need those roads. And then do you need the government? Weird. And so
Pave the road. You have paved roads?
No, I live in.
Wow.
These roads are horrible here. I don't even drive a car in the Twin Cities. I refuse.
New York is horrible, bro.
Are you in New York City, or are you just like?
Nah, I'm like a couple hours north.
Oh, cool. One of my favorite shows I ever played was in Rochester, New York, at a place called it's like Smugtown Mushrooms, which is this mushroom shop. And then another of this, I want to say the place is called Vicks or something, but I played a show in Albany and people were like backflipping off his stuff, throwing chairs, whatever. You know, it was like Albany, dude, Albany's hardcore scene from like 2010 or whatever year I was touring. That was the upstate New York had the best hardcore in the
Cool.
in the world for sure. But
I'm like 2 hours from Albany.
Cool. All right, so you're just somewhere not New York City. You
Oh,
don't say it on the internet. You don't have to give us exact.
Nah,
like,
that's
no.
Hey, speaking of future tech, like transportation and stuff, you know, they just now have created a super liquid, or not a super fluid, but a super conductive, a super solid. It's water. It's a fluid, right? But it's solid. You can put stuff on it and it won't fall through. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I'll post that on there. There's a lot of new stuff coming out with plasma and stuff, and we all know, you know. Well, I know.
I got my
but-
pen and paper on. I got my pen and paper out. I'd like to know where you're seeing this. Hook me up.
I'm all over the place, man. I'm YouTube, Google, but
are you posting on your channel?
Yeah. I'll give you my it's at Russell G 711. That's my
it's
my
Russell, two
X.
S's, two L.
2 L's, yeah. So RUSSELL G, not capital G, and then 711. Just the numbers.
Cool. I'll find you on
Yeah,
Twitter.
check me out.
Is that your main? Is that your main hub, or do you have a link tree or something?
Pretty much. Pretty
Okay.
much. I mean, I do like a Facebook and stuff, but I haven't been on that in so long. I don't know. I'm really deep into research. I love research. That's just
Yeah,
me.
man. And so you have stuff on your Twitter. It's about like the plasma, like you're talking about like a super, like evidence of the superfluid and stuff. Because I've been kind of looking for that kind of thing. So that's a hot commodity,
Yes.
my man.
I mean, it's more than what we think. It's more like if I would have known all this when I first got into flat Earth, oh yeah, it would be a big difference in
It's
flat
the
Earth
fourth,
right now.
like the fourth state of water is like kind of a really like
Well,
there's a lot of
matter
people in
completely.
matter
Like
completely.
it's not even just the fourth state. It's like the underlying of every stage and state of matter. So it's pretty amazing stuff. Yeah.
So kind of like what Walter Russell talks about in the Universal One, right? Like that kind of stuff, or it's
Yeah,
kind of
it touches on it.
Have you and before you joined this, I was telling those guys like they all know about it. You might know about it too, but my friend Taylor Price, man, you gotta check his stuff out, man. He's an absolute wizard with this knowledge, and he's out there being like, no, like as a reason I rail on people for not knowing the world's flat, it's because they used space like to hide the ether, and ether is the free energy. We could talk about it in the sense of like, yeah, we should have free energy, but it's also like the
Are you familiar with the pictures of that guy Mikey Smith? The pictures he took from the stars, and you can see that behind the stars there are like some kind of dark matter that there is it means that there's no depth to space. Have you seen these pictures?
No.
I wonder if that dark matter is like what the dark matter the NASA is talking about. I don't know, because you can see that behind the stars, it looks like the stars are like glued onto some kind of like dark thick matter, and it's not like they're not just
That's
holding
going to
in
be
space.
another. Yeah, that's just
But
another
I don't know.
properties of plasma. Yep.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's-
That's very interesting. You should check them out. The pictures are like can see that on internet. Like it's like wow.
Yeah,
So that's
we asked
interesting.
Mikey before to jump in, but now it's already late for tonight for Mikey to jump in. I've asked him before if he
Yeah.
wants to jump in and show whatever he wanted to show. But anyway, guys, we have Joe Hanby after a long time here. Joe, how are you, brother?
What's up, Joe? You're on mute, I think.
You're on mute.
Hi, Joe.
What's up, Joe?
Yeah, there we go. What's up, fellas?
How you doing?
Man.
Doing good. Just chilling.
Yeah, dude.
How about that?
Give us the tea, man. What's up?
Not much. I mean, everybody's got a bunch of strong opinions about everything, and to me, like, I'm just moving on. I'm gonna keep doing what I do and learn more about flat Earth and kind of let it go, honestly, because at this point we're just beating a dead dog. Some people believe it happened, some people believe it didn't happen, some people believe it was fake, some people believe it wasn't fake, some people believe it happened and the sun was fake. I mean, there's just all different things.
Yeah, there's 100 different angles.
Well, more importantly, what's your take on it, Joe? Like, I remember talking to you about the 360 camera once, but like, I'd like to hear your take on like, I mean, honestly, it's like, I'm not going to say you have a wrong answer or something. I'd love to hear your take. I know that there's a frustrating crowd and a consensus, but like, what do you think? Do you think they went to Antarctica at this point? Because like, have you seen some of the counter arguments that Vikka's posted? Like, I think it's the only contrast that's occurring is just a matter of like contrasting expositions. I think that there's some stuff that just needs to be put on your table that is worth you seeing, but I'd like to hear what you have to say. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen both sides. I've seen more than both sides. There's actually many sides, but
yeah,
pretty much all material that's been put out either pro, for, or just kind of that in between immediate person or whatever. But I've seen a lot of content from all the different angles, all the different arguments. My personal opinion is it happens, and that they actually went. That's my personal opinion. However, what we don't know is how big this realm is. So we don't really know exactly where they were for sure. I mean, we know that they were in a place called Antarctica by the people that have told us to live in a specific map. Whether it's a globe or it's a stereographic globe, whatever, it's given us a pretty definite structure of what we supposed to know is land.
But did they know where they were? Like, did themselves knew where they were?
Well, I'll say this: I've taught with Jaron, I've taught with Austin. I've actually had dinner with Elizabeth at a meetup in Columbia just a week ago. I believe they went. I believe that leading up to this whole kind of keeping the 24-hour sun out of view and only having these edited clips with Satan's playing a long game. My personal opinion. I'm a biblical
Yeah, but
Satan's playing
it should.
been playing it for a very long time. I don't think there's any fake something that actually happens with dome refraction based off of biblical cosmological descriptions of that God gives us in His Word. It works, and I mean, not everything works. The more and more I keep working with how light's working inside of domes, that's how they started. They built the lie off of the sky. And I think most flat earthers, when we come into flat earth, but my opinion is it happens. They went. There's, I don't. But again, I don't blame anybody for thinking it's fake because I've seen all the arguments both ways. My decision is that it actually happens. They went long-term plan in place. And
The thing is that you're saying that you believe they went there. I have no problem with this, but in the same time you're saying you're not sure where they were. So how come you say that you knew they went there, but you don't know where they were? So that's what I don't understand.
That I believe they went there where they tell us Antarctica is. Because I haven't been up high enough to see what the surface of the Earth looks like. I can't. They took me personally to Antarctica. I say for sure that I was in Antarctica, which is either a continent or an ice wall, based off of that alone. This place is so huge and so massive that all I know is I believe they went where they could see a 24-hour sun in the southern summer. That's what I believe.
Okay. No, yeah, it's fair belief.
Joe, do you still think that your model is covering what they saw?
Yeah.
Do you think that's what they saw is what you have going on?
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter if this sounds weird coming from a guy who's trying to model things. I don't think we should ever stick to I think that's how we got in trouble to begin with, is kind of this model thing. Everybody gets bought into one model, and then when something falsifies it causes kind of a ruckus.
Right.
But yes, the biblical cosmological model can account for all the light phenomenon that we see in the sky. Is there a lot to work out still? Yes, but as far as physically physical model, I can do that. So if they want to put the biblical cosmological physical model up against a physical globe model, the biblical cosmological model is going to win in demonstrations, hands down. No way around it. One, they can't get their ball to just suspend in midair and spin and corkscrew and hold water to itself. They don't have water. They don't have gas pressure. They don't have a container for light. Right off the bat, they're screwed. So, I mean, to me, I think we all as flat earthers just need to move forward. Let the people fall away who are going to fall away. That's going to happen. We can't save everybody. We can't reach everybody. We just need to keep pushing forward, keep putting good content out there. I don't care about being monetized. The main reasons I don't want to get monetized is because I don't want people sending me money and then thinking they should just have free access to me all the time.
Sorry. We do see that happening with the super chat people for sure. They're
$200 dinners, Joe.
I did.
Yeah. And at the same I try to work off of inspiration, so I don't just try to force anything. I just
Sure.
kind of let myself be inspired. I go out, I study the sky, I watch the sky, I study all the different luminaries, how they're moving through the sky, what time they're doing it, how they're doing it. And I'm tracking all that, taking videos, photos, writing it down, and then going back through and studying, because if I don't know the sky, how can I model it?
Right.
At this point.
Hey, if you want to finish, go ahead. I just want to ask a question about maybe tracking, that time period back in calendars that, or forward in calendars. The reason I say that is because I'd like to know if this may just be a periodic thing in the sky and also a very special kind of periodic event that happens geographically as well down here. And if that somehow may add up to where they got took, it wouldn't happen like that everywhere else. Do you think maybe possibly it could be something like that as well?
Yeah, I mean, personally, I don't think it's periodic. I think it happens all the time. Wherever that spot is, I think it happens all the time. Personally, I'm a moon map theorist, so I believe the moon map is the best map that we can, as far as what we can test in a model and back up scientifically. Personally, I think the moon map is the best model at this point for the surface. So we can model the surface, we can model the sky, we can do those things.
Yeah.
So I
Now,
don't
think, is the moon map the same one as that German map? Is it? I should know that.
Not really. It's the moon map is like kind of like it's just a picture.
Because it resembles the moon map a lot.
It's built upon the philosophical presupposition of the moon being a reflective X-ray model, and then our realm being on a certain section of it. So it's really just like I think it's just taking a picture of the moon and then scrying through the moon. Like this is very well displayed by Vibes of Cosmos books and the videos that come out of that. But yeah, it's the moon map stuff is, I think it's very real, and I think it's hauntingly real because the evidence of it being like a mirror of this realm is that it rotates exactly one exact full rotation per lap it makes. So at the exact rate that it's going around the realm, it does an exact 360-degree turn. The only thing that does that is a mirror. So it's an X-ray. I think it's the best wording I've come up to it through deduction. And while writing a book that I'm not done with yet, I'll just say it's a sonoluminescent cosmic X-ray plasma mirror of our realm. And I think, Joe, you're right about that. I just think I want to. I'm not pressing you on this, but I think that like there's just something I remember mentioning to you about this stuff. And I know you're saying you believe that they went to Antarctica. I did too for a minute until I saw certain evidence that's so shocking, and that's in on Vikka's channel. It's a video specifically called Wits It Smugs It, and I watched it on a large screen TV specifically because I'm a film editor, and I think that like a lot of people, for example, I'm talking to you right now through my phone. This is all like it's a black mirror. We're talking through crystals. What does that make us, right? So anyways, like looking on a large screen TV at what they're pointing out, like Vikka and the crew here are just trying to point out like, hey, why are we seeing these creases? And then I remember asking you and Steven Alonzo once, being like, hey, like these creases are there. And honestly, if the creases are a part of the 360-degree camera, we would just see any 360-degree camera perform the same creases like on my bedroom wall. I'm not seeing anything. And I'm just seeing it as like, if that's just the edge of a studio screen and they're doing something similar to how they filmed The Mandalorian, and like that would mean that we would go to Antarctica. Like if we just physically located ourselves there at the same time next year, screw paying for it. Let's just invade it. I don't care. But it's if we go there and there is no 24-hour sun, that would be a thing. But I'm just saying like that's where the needle's at, and that's where the question mark's at. And I think again, it's like I don't trust Jaren at all. So that's where I'm
second
at.
That I'll second that too, right? Joe, we love your work. We love your work, especially with the eclipses, the star trails, right? And we were even ready to believe the 24-hour sun. But you have to understand, Joe, this the way these people have come out and the way the things are being skinned up, dude. It's very hard for people to believe that it's not against your model or what you're predicting, bro. You are quite on to things, right?
I mean,
Yeah.
I
Ahead, bro. But this 24-hour sun thing, it's difficult, bro. Not because it's not possible. It's possible. If there is something reality to it, Joe, you have already shown it that it's possible. But taking this from these guys, it's not possible because the way they put it out, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I trust me, I'm empathetic to it because I mean, just look if we look back at the history, and I'm not throwing shade on anybody, but you know,
of course,
Darren and Austin spent a lot of time debunking pretty much every Antarctica video that was out. So it's kind of hard when you come back to expect people not to do the same thing through the video footage that you provide. I get it. Like, I don't trust any video. I don't trust any pictures anymore. And I haven't for a long time, especially since I've gotten into photography and astrophotography and that kind of stuff. I don't trust any of it. This, for me personally, I think it's the way the realm works. I think that they went to a place where you can see a 24-hour sun in our southern summer. That's what I think. However, like looking past all that, like as far as the southern celestial pole inside of a dome, we see star trails inside of the physical model. So, and we see it with the sun inside of the physical model. I'm working on moon do it in the physical side, in the physical model. The interesting part is I just figured out how to really show moon phases live inside of the model. I'm working on a video on that now, and off of the assumptions of the moon map model. And then I do want to touch on something RG said. You know, I really just want to look past the whole Antarctica thing. I don't care. People can choose to believe whatever they want to believe. I'm just trying. But RG brought up super solids. It is something that's very interesting. A super solid is something that shares solid-like qualities and super fluid-like qualities at the same time. But it's not water per se, if I'm not mistaken. It's light. It is light that has been
right. It's been condensed pretty much.
Extremely cold, which is what we would see in the superfluid. Basically, stop it in place and create a frozen form of light, which is called a super solid. Which is interesting because we have the sun and moon in the superfluid layer. They seem to solid light and superfluid at the same time. So, I mean, there's a lot coming out. I think Flat Earth is just really going to explode. I was laughing when Will Duffy was on here the last time we were all together, and Will Duffy came on and he said, you guys aren't going to be recruit anymore. That's the most hilarious thing I've ever heard. We don't recruit. We just tell the truth and other people figure it out.
and that's the crux, Joe, is like, I agree with you on all this, but the crux, man, is that, like, dude, yeah, that's why I'm not moving on from the TFE stuff, and just like it's either they went or they didn't, and like I'm just trying to point out, like, hey, man, just like, you know, it's just check out what we're checking out, man. Like what Vikka presented, it's just like there's a short version and there's a long version, and it's not like documentary presented. It's just an exposition of like, here's what we're seeing, and it's on the positive claims created by Austin's 360 camera. And it's like there's even more stuff. I understand. I've listened to the arguments. I've listened to Austin's rebuttals. I get it, but I am like, I wanted really badly to be like, yeah, they went, it's fine, whatever. Like they can have a 24 sun. Yeah, I get it. But like the thing is like if they didn't, they're leading people astray, and that causes concern because it's maintaining and buying time for their weird New World Order stuff, which is the totalitarian issue that we're facing. That's what it's, and so if Will Duffy is in on that, yeah, he'd be winning. And if Will Duffy is ridiculing people on this side, ridiculing you even, I've watched him ridicule freaking Steven Alonso, and it's like, yeah, you guys are clearly winning those debates. I get it. But if the Overton window is a deception itself, and they just didn't go to Antarctica, dude, we're exposing like a sorcerer's crime. This is sorcery. It goes down into the realms of black magic. And that's the thing, is like, if they're using this stuff to continue fleecing the masses, that's why I care about it. And so I'm just saying, yeah, if they went, cool. If 360 cameras do the effect which they're claiming it does, we'll see. But I'm not seeing it. And it's like, right now the burden of proof is on the one making the claim. We're just sitting here saying, why are we seeing creases in the sky? And then why is Austin's channel editing the video after Vikka exposes it? And then we're posting their post-edit and pre-edit because we're recording everything. We're sitting here saving the videos. And then Vikka shared something being like, oh, here's a helpful thing about a YouTube tech guy teaching people how to edit their videos after posting them on YouTube. So it's like, it's possible.
Especially, especially the smudge tool, right? The blur tool.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That's what was done there. These are things, that's just, Joe, that's just one of hundreds of other people who have pointed out things, bro. That's the problem. And if there's a lie, what is to be trusted from these people? Nothing could be trusted. Did you expect them to behave like this and Jared to behave like that after?
You know, that's like why David
One
Way.
thing. Oh, go ahead, Sam. Go ahead.
No, just like Dave Weiss and David Weiss asked me. So, do you think they went there or they didn't go there? But that's not the question. That's not the point. I don't care if they went there or not. What came out of this? Are they lying or not lying? That's the question. So, as soon as you see that they are lying, it's over. Now, what do you need? What kind of, how many proofs do you need? It's enough. It's like just, do you believe that they went on the moon? Or you don't believe? Can you believe they went on the moon? I cannot believe it, even if I wanted to. There's too many evidence, so it's enough. I need just one proof of something to establish a fact. I don't need like 1,000 proofs, and we have like 1,000 facts. It's enough. They lied. They get caught. Goodbye. Go home. Go play video games. It's over.
Yeah.
There's nothing to discuss.
Right.
So
Another thing is, though, what me and Joe were just mentioning, these newer things that are coming out about different types of solids and liquids and gases, and even new like subcategories of matter that we are figuring out, right? It's almost like as if without any kind of effects or video footage being doctored or whatever, it's getting to where we're finding out so many things that like it looks like magic. It looks, without even looking at a video, I mean, it looks as if something is happening that we're not familiar with in what they teach as physics nowadays, right? So it's coming down to, I think, what flat earth will lead into is metaphysics.
Yes.
And to explain just what we're seeing, right? And the things that are happening outside of our normal everyday living quarters, like down in the South, like what could be happening in our atmosphere, we have no clue. We haven't even found out about. We're just figuring these things out. And, I don't want people to be called liars because there are things that may look like a lie and aren't. And I'm not saying that about, don't take me the wrong way, please, but I'll land with this. Let's start really diving deep into some of these subjects that are going to look as if the sun and moon are being carried right across our sky, but if they have any kind of mass, they would just fall. Well, maybe it's because of these types of other materials that can carry, plasmatic, that could have weight, but not much weight, that could, because just the other day I seen a video footage of, I think Vikka posted this about the top of the moon. It was right at the top of the moon and it was coming across the sky and it looked as if there were waves being pushed by the top portion of the moon. And that could just be a super solid that's, able to hold weight, but in itself be a plasma miracle. I mean, to me, that's the way I would look at it. But anyway, I'll stop rambling. But yeah, there are some things that are happening, guys, and are coming out that we're not familiar with at all because physics hasn't taught us. Right.
So as far as the Antarctica trip for me,
Go ahead, Joe.
Kind of my final take on it. Like, I'm just a very patient person, and I know personally right now, I know of a few people that are planning on going to the same spot in Antarctica. So I'm just going to wait. but I believe it happens. Whether they went there or not, I couldn't say either way because nothing surprises me anymore. I'm not going to let it be an issue of dividing me and other, my other brothers. Like I had a guy, I've had so many messages come through like, what do you think about Austin? What do you think about Jaron? And for a little while, I was answering those questions and just getting called a shill and Mason and this and that, all this. But now my answer is I don't think about Austin. I don't think about Jaron. I don't.
That's the best to do.
I don't.
That's the best to do, bro.
I don't put.
You should do, Joe. That you've been doing amazing work, and I think you should continue with that. And the 24-hour sun, if there's a reality, you can show that it's possible on a flat Earth. That's it, and continue with all the amazing eclipses and the phases and the star trails and perfect it more. Right? That's the best thing to do. TFE was real or not? I don't know. When the time comes, maybe we'll know it. It was real, right? But right now, it shows that it was more fake than the moon landing, right? People love your work, bro,
Yeah.
and we still respect
Same
your
here.
work.
Same here, dude. I love your work, Joe. Like, dude, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Working on a couple of videos. Like I said, I've figured out how to physically demonstrate the moon phases inside the model with nothing physical going on inside the model at all. And it's based off of the moon map principles of the moon being like an X-ray kind of image in the sky.
Yeah.
I'm working on physically.
That's cool.
Showing physically demonstrating the blood moon eclipse in the model itself and explaining why the shadow traverses the face of the moon the way it does. So those are the two things I'm working on right at the moment. I'm also going to be putting more stuff underneath to create the actual sea and Antarctic wall or barrier wall, whatever we want to call it, and show ocean currents. I think I've also figured out how to show clouds and air currents as well inside the physical model. So all that coming.
Cool, man.
Oh, yeah, it's
sounds awesome.
Yeah, we're all looking
It's a
forward to that
test.
too, Joe.
Oh yeah, it's a test. We are going through a test as a community, and yeah, everything is for a reason. Everything happens for good. That's what I always believe, and it looks like it always happens for good. So, real or not, people can make up their mind. Right now, the people are just don't gonna buy it, and I tell you, I was here, Joe. You were here. We were open. We were all arms open to receive the information, and but how the things happen, I'm not buying it, and I'm one of the biggest denier of this whole TFE experiment. I don't like, possibility of this realm is magical. Everything is possible, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's kind of the
But
hard part.
these people, the way they're represented, the way they have come out, it's difficult, bro. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I'll finish with this because I have to run actually, but it's kind of a difficult part of trying to physically model our sky is because personally, I believe that's all spiritual. But I think we can create scientific explanations for why we're seeing what we're seeing, but I believe we're looking into the spiritual realm personally. That definitely makes it difficult, but man, I appreciate you guys. I have no hard feelings towards anybody.
Yeah.
Been Jaron.
Oh yeah, Joe.
Just wanted to tell you something. Even though we might not agree with you model with everything, there's one thing that we can agree on is that if you're looking for the truth, if you're really really looking for understanding, the mechanisms of this earth, so you cannot fuck up. You're gonna succeed one way or the other, because on the way to to try to demonstrate what you believe, you're gonna find out other things, and so you have nothing to lose, and you can only win, you can only succeed as long as you're trying to understand and how it works. You're gonna find out. You're gonna make it. I believe so.
Make a good point, which is actually helps refute NASA. Why were they so perfect on the very first on all of their missions, basically 100? So I set up a demonstration or an experiment or whatever, like I don't always get everything right off the start. But anyway, I appreciate you guys. I'm gonna take off. We'll talk to you soon.
Great to see you,
Oh,
Joe.
yeah, Joe. Thanks for passing
Hey,
by
Joe.
and jump
Thanks
in
for your
whenever you
work,
want, bro.
Seeing you, Gene. Good seeing you, Vikka. Good seeing you, Ira. And I don't
man.
your name there, but have a good night.
Later, man.
See ya. Anyway, guys, we are almost 4 hours, and we're gonna be start wrapping it up. So yeah, a lot. 4 hours is a lot, right? So that the people want, if they want to re-listen or rewatch, that it's not the whole day they have to be here. So yeah, last thoughts on what you
Yeah,
all
hey,
think about all this
I'll
whole shit. Like, this is the thing. I am not buying this TFE thing at all.
Yeah.
In short words, and I am sorry for being so hot tonight. I think people have never seen me so hot in my podcast.
That's why I'm here.
So sorry for that, because yeah, there are sometimes you just cannot control it, right? Because that's how it looks like. This is what these people are giving us, right? These people are what they are showing us, the true colors. So people have to filter out and separate so that the other people can see too, right? Just sometimes keeping quiet is not good, right? So anyway, guys,
Totally.
go ahead, and whoever wants to give their last thoughts, and we go in any order.
Yeah, I'll close out if you're good with that. Yeah, it was nice meeting you. I got badass James, right? So
Ira.
nice to meet you,
Ira
James.
James is my
Oh,
name.
Ira.
Yeah.
Ira James, nice to meet you, man. It was
Pleasure.
a pleasure. Gene and Sam, Vika, I appreciate every one of y'all, man. Y'all are like brothers to me, and I really am trying to lend myself a little more credence and try to be a little more on the points of not like a restart, but just something that is going to kick us off again to give us that drive, that hunger to not just prove what we're saying, but really jump the gun on these new technologies, these new things that we're finding out about in the science world, and how this can lead to a model, an overall model, like an overreaching whatever, what do you call it? Something of everything, the equation of everything. I don't know. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is I'm trying to really point that out to other people as well, that, we don't just got to show that the earth is flat. Like, we really need to show that, what most of us believe in, if you are a biblical cosmologist, with the firmament, is one big thing, that adds to this, these beliefs we have, and these, or well, should I say knowledge now? But yeah, altogether, man, we can do more than what we are given credit for. Like most people will say, "Oh man, flat Earth is this." We don't have the right kind of funds, but there is solutions to that as well, with trying to save up over time, and then maybe when we feel comfortable, if there's a commission or an alliance, right, Sam, right? We got that federation, and maybe we can go and travel and do these big experiments, and show our own results. And so, but I'll land there, man. I appreciate every one of y'all. God bless every one of y'all, and keep it up. Stay on the up, and yeah, come to my James. Come anytime over to my X, man, and check out some stuff I got.
Yeah, I got
Thank you, guys.
I got your thing right here, bud. Yeah, and I'll come see you on Twitter. We'll talk, man. And for the rest of you guys, I guess I'll say my last words here. I'll try to reach out to you guys, because I think we just need a comprehensive list of like really cool, helpful things. Because like there are people out there who are just seeking this information. And again, it's like if all of our cool art and documentaries and stuff was put onto just a single list, like obviously I mean I think it's unspoken I'll include y'all's work, but if there's anything missing, I think I'll reach out to you guys to see if I'm missing anything. You know what I mean? And I'll put together some physical media about this, because this is this is getting to a point where us using our voices is creating 4-hour podcasts where it would be much easier if we just had a simple link that says, here's our counterclaims to the TFE stuff. Here's exactly what we're looking at. We welcome anyone to look at this. And, that's kind of what we're doing. And yeah, if we could collaborate, we could make more films and stuff. But yeah, it's just, we just got to figure out how to do it in a way that's sustainable, and it's great getting to know you guys through this, and I appreciate all you. So thanks for having me on here.
Well, to say that that I agree with you because I always say that, okay, now we know that the Earth is flat, so what's next? What do we have to do next? Like, at one point, again, we're going to have to organize ourselves. So you're talking about making a list. I'm talking about, going political, worldwide. I'm talking about, like, taking back our world, like, fight these people, just get them to trial and take back a fucking world, and that's it. But of course, it's a big objective, it's a big plan, it's a big thing. It cannot be done like this, but we have to think about it. We have to start thinking about it. It's just like, okay, we realize that we're in jail now, so now we have to, try to escape from the jail. And
that's true.
Not just talking about it, So
absolutely
so
right.
that's
I think it's just calling for written philosophy is all I'm saying. Is like we can.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
it starts with knowledge. It starts with thinking, but then we have to act.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Because I think that the frequently asked questions that are going to be heading our way soon are going to be like an assault upon our subconscious minds to like slow down our progress for the thing that you're talking about, Sam. It's like, no, we have to get our world back. This is our world that we can share. It's big enough to share, and we don't have to live like prisoners.
Oh yeah, bro. And this is the thing. Sometimes the enemies are not outside. The enemies are inside. Thanks for your awesome input, James. Absolutely. You're welcome whenever you want, for sure. Any collaboration we will do.
Yes.
You're also a talented person, bro. So
Thanks,
absolutely, thanks for that.
Thanks,
Sam,
y'all.
last thoughts.
Yeah, that's what I
check
just
him
said.
out.
It's just like, yeah, we'll get in touch. I like that guy. I like that James. He's got balls, man. That's good. Got another one on the
Thanks,
list.
bro. It's nice to meet you, Sam. Thanks, man.
Yeah, it's nice to meet you. We're
Sam,
gonna be
last
in touch.
thoughts, my brother.
No, that's all. Just the same thing. It's just like, we have to now think about what's next. Like, what's next? We know the Earth is flat. We know the TFE is fake. We know all this now. Okay, we still have
The
to,
moon
like,
landing is fixed, yeah.
So we're gonna have to, at one point, we're gonna have to fight these people sooner or later. And believe me, it's better sooner than later. But again, we have to keep on. For now, what can we do? We can speak. We can talk. We can exchange ideas and regroup. But at one point, we're gonna need to take some action, like smart action. I'm talking about, like, good things to do. Like, I believe, like, we're gonna have to go political at one point somehow. I don't know. We have to think about it. I don't know.
Yeah, bro. This is the thing. Like, maybe these sound bites reach as algorithm in some people and they wake up, right? That's the whole idea. The more, the better can see through this bullshit. It's better, and the progress is gonna be much more faster because it's all about making less progress, like slowing us down. Sam, you're awesome like always, bro. Flat out
Thank you.
reconnaissance.
Thanks to you.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Hey, you mind if I close this out with a prayer, Vikka? I don't know if you're against that.
Oh, that's great.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah?
Go ahead. And after Gene's last thoughts, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, guys. Father in heaven, thank you so much for bringing us together again today, and letting us exchange ideas and thoughts and in your truth, Father. You're what you've done. No one else can be credited for, Father. And I thank you for that, because it has changed my life in a big way. And I see a big change in most men that I know of that are in the flat Earth community, and it's inspirational. And Father, just allow us to keep having this strength and give us the guidance that we need to continue on this journey in the right way, not let us get tripped or pulled in by the evil, and let us, be smarter than that. Father, I pray these things in your name and your son's name, Jesus Christ. Amen. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Russell.
Amen. Awesome.
Awesome. That's beautiful.
Gene, bro.
Yeah, wow, what a show, man. Yeah, a great panel. Thanks to everybody here. Went over some really cool stuff. I don't, you know, I don't think they were in Antarctica. You know, I don't. You know, if they were there, why would they have to fake so much of that stuff? You know,
They couldn't just go there.
you know, it doesn't make sense. So, but I'm playing a long game with this one too. So, oh wait, we got plenty of time. That's it. It's over. All the cards are on the table. We're sorting them out, and it's not looking really great for those guys. So, whatever. You know, I really think it's a great idea to have a rebuttal for whatever they got coming out. They could have one or two different things coming out. So I think that's a pretty slick move. We do something like that. That would be great.
Yeah.
But you know, I made a meme last week and it did great. I got 5 likes. I was so psyched. No, but it's like I took a picture of the dirt in my yard and I said, "Look, the sun is dirt shaped." It doesn't make any sense to look up at the sun and say the ground's curved. So that's what I was getting at. But that's what it means to me. It's like it didn't mean much to me, you know. Sorry about the people we did lose, I guess, you know. I know 2 guys that through the chats and through you know, the meetup we had in Jersey last year, 2 guys that flipped over with Jaron, and I got no animosity towards those guys. I was actually, one of them texted me last week, and we didn't mention nothing. You know, it was goofing around a little bit. I might have even sent them that meme or what. I think I did. I sent them the meme of the dirt, telling them the sun is dirt shaped now. So it's all good, man. You know. Nah, we got the truth on our side. So no matter what kind of curveballs we gotta catch, we'll always have something to return to them. That's gonna be a fastball, you know, and it'll get better and better, guys.
Yeah, you guys just hit me up, and any way I can help you, just let me know. I got the time.
Is that your name
Well, I'm definitely gonna hit you
on
on a
YouTube?
message this week. All right,
Yeah.
Ira.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. However you want to message me. Where should I look for your message?
Yeah, and here we also are
Facebook
connected here
message.
on
Is that good?
Facebook and all this stuff. So yeah,
Yeah.
he's there
all
on
right.
Facebook too.
I'll message you
Everybody's
guys right now. I'll
roboting
message
on
you
me.
guys after this. Okay.
You have a
Awesome.
messenger?
Sure. We'll
Yeah,
use
he's on there.
Facebook Messenger. Yeah.
Write it down. Write it down.
Okay. Yeah, I have a link tree. Just go to my link tree. It's linktree/Ira_James. So I'll write down my
And
link
yeah,
tree.
people, if you wanna check out some amazing documentary from him too, The Vanishing Point he mentioned on Substack. So yeah, check it out too. And yeah, guys, thanks for being here, everybody on the panel. Amazing people, and yeah,
There you go,
do you
everybody.
read that? Yep.
There's my link tree.
Ira James.
So
Okay.
it's Ira_James there. So find my link tree. However you choose, whatever's convenient for you. I'm pretty good at getting messages back, but you know, just whatever's convenient for you. Just reach out. We'll figure it out.
Alrighty.
Nice.
So
Later, guys.
this is the thing,
See you.
guys. Guys, I think we are done. I'm almost out of batteries too. So if no, I could have been here a little bit more, but I'm almost out. Last thoughts is, guys, keep your eyes open. It's not that right from the beginning we were attacking TFE. It wasn't like that. We all, I think, majority of the flat earth community was open for this with open arms and ready to take it as it was. But the deception, the games, the entertainment, and twisting and the symbolism and whatever, everything what was put into it, like it was just to confuse the people, the community, because what has been done and the way this whole people were there on the round table and defending each other and the TFE, it's only created confusion of whether to believe there's a 24-hour sun or whether to not believe a 24-hour sun. It's almost like dividing the community into half of a separate race in itself, right? Maybe it's a good reason for a reason, right? For this thing to happen. Keep your eyes open, right? It's very difficult after all this happened to trust freaking anyone, especially the ones who were representing this and having a hard time to answer the questions. If you guys put yourself in that place as a representative of flat earthers and just turn around and don't want to answer question, even if you're telling the truth, nobody freaking is going to believe it, right? And it's coming out, more is going to come out. So there you have it, people. That's what we have for tonight. Let's see where this goes next week. So absolutely thank you, everybody on the panel. Gene, RG, Sam.
Yes, sir.
James.
Thanks, y'all.
Yep. And
Have a good
Joe.
one.
Joe too, and Keith, and everybody in the chat who has spent the time with us today. Absolutely, each and every one of you. Thanks for being here, and don't miss on the next episode of Video Psychology Podcast. I'll be playing that song again from DJ New Moon for wrapping this up. Amazing, talented people on Flat Earth. We had 4 or 5 different songs on this TFE thing. All of them are amazing. So anyway, enjoy, guys, and see you soon next week. Bye,
See you
everyone.
soon.
Peace.
Good night, everybody. See you later.
Later.
Space is fake. Space is fake. Earth is life, don't you know? Firmament above, where heavens glow. God is watching from high above. In the third heaven, filled with love. Space is fake. Space is fake. Space is fake.